Okay, I'm recording this now. It's a few days before Christmas already. The week before Christmas. It's Wednesday. Week before Christmas, 2023. I had a whole bunch of coffee last night and today, so I figure that this is the perfect time to record this. But the question is why. So, look, you have to realize when I don't drink the coffee, people love me. I go outside, everybody worships me. When I drink the coffee, it's the exact opposite, and it's to the extreme. But God, in a sense, has spoken or indicated substantively to me through my own kind of insight and perception that where most people try on purpose in this life to be liked, to get ahead, because they think this is where their treasure lies, it's actually the opposite. This is what most people do not understand. So as a true agent of God, what does one do? Does he try and exert effort to be liked? If he wants to make a video analyzing something or assessing something in regards to someone who the person apparently or seemingly or probably does rightly condemn that some other one for having done something wrong. In this case, it's my mother, who I hold as having done something wrong against me. I could stop drinking coffee and sound like the most amazing, angelic, harmonic being in the world, because the nervous system receptors aren't affected by the coffee. So it's just everything, every word that comes out of my mouth is beautiful, and everyone's like, oh, wow, that man's so amazing. He's so smart. Everyone listen to him. See how great he is? But the second I put coffee into my system all the way, I can open up my mouth and say anything, and they will say, what a horrible monster. He's so evil and sounds so terrible. Run away. And it's so consistent. So which one am I going to do if I want to test somebody? No, I'm not going to stop drinking coffee to make it nice. I'm going to sound as horrible as possible to see if the tested woman, the mother in this case, really is sorry, really is still going to accept the person who they wronged, even if that person is emanating some kind of frequency that instinctively makes you want to hate them more. Aha, but that's how I get you every time. You people don't understand the levels of this. And it's worth saying. So, with that understanding in mind, but also as a side note, one whoever the audience is listening here, probably I'm considering probably I'm thinking more Anthony would be the person I'm directing this video message to in a direct sense. I'm not really even going to be responding directly to my mother. This is more responding about my mother. See the difference? That's the level we're at now. So, what are the updates now? I have been doing these videos here. Well, lo and behold, my Anthony lets me know a few days ago that my mother apparently expressed interest in trying to contact me directly. And she asked him even if it was okay for her to contact me. Well, I'm not going to... No one's telling her it's not okay for her to try. It just depends on the merit of whatever comes through to decide whether or not it's worth taking seriously. Okay? So, but before we do this, I'd like to bring up one specific thing that is a point of concern, and I'm going to bring this up as a kind of preface to what we're about to take a look at. Because now, a few days later, yes, my mom has, as I just saw, displayed in my inbox, and I didn't read this message yet, so figure what I'm going to do here. The message came through. She did write something to me. We're going to see what this will be. I haven't read this, so guess what? What's the only thing worth doing here? What's the best thing worth doing? I'm going to do a live, first time read through, live on camera, on the video recording, and react to it fresh. So you can see exactly in live time, without me thinking in advance. I want to see what it is, and we're all going to see it together for the first time. That's the best way. But here's the thing. See, maybe about a couple weeks ago or so, or a little more, something like this, my mom was writing emails to Anthony prior. Apparently they're a little bit more argumentative. Anthony seemed to have gotten a little bit offended even, based on some of the things my mom was saying to him. But one of the things my mom said to him that he decided to share with me to let me know what was going on was that my mom, within the same one body of email, I won't share the email directly, but I'll summarize or paraphrase it directly. Summarize it. The mother tells my friend, I'm not essentially, she says, in essence, I'm not really sorry for anything, or I don't really realize what it is I don't really think I did anything wrong. And then in another point in the same email, she says something to the effect of, just essentially for the purpose of achieving whatever it is that I want to achieve here, I'm just going to go ahead and just send John some kind of generalized apology, like a blanket apology for everything, just so that he gets just so that he's happy, just so that then I can then expect people to start dancing to the tune of my music now, right? What a very, very alarming thing to see from someone. Literally, this was, she just confessed this to Anthony in the same email where somewhere else she basically implies, I don't think I did anything wrong. So who would accept such an apology? Where she's basically almost outright confessing that my apology isn't going to be a genuine one. I'll just throw anything out there just to say it so that it could be, come on. Some key has to work to unlock the lock, she will think in her head, right? I'll just go through the motions and just put the blanket form. I always remember the way my mom used to wash cups, glasses, drinking glasses. One day, my ex-girlfriend at the time from college, Francesca, comes over. She looks at these glasses, these drinking glasses, and she's horrified. She looks at these, she picks them up, and she looks at them. She's like, what the fuck? And she looks at me, and she's like, who did this? She's disgusted. I said, I don't know. Not me. My mom just washes these glasses. She starts laughing. What? She picks up another glass. It looks the same way as the one she was just holding. She's stunned. She's like, this is what you call washed? This is what you call clean? I say, yeah, all my life. That's just normal. My mom, we don't use soap really to wash the to wash the drinking glasses. As soon as I said this, Francesca almost vomited in her mouth. You see? But when you're Barbara Winslow, how do you wash drinking glasses? In her mind, going through the form and going through the motions is enough to get it actually clean. Now, in reality, it's not actually clean. She just thinks that going through the form mindlessly is what achieves the substance. No, they don't match. But I'm bringing this example up because you know how they say how you do one thing in life is how you do everything in life? Yeah. How you do one thing in life is how you do everything in life. How you wash your glasses is how thoroughly you clean up and make up with people on the matters that count. How fully you apologize to people is how properly you live your life in all the other aspects that matter. Okay? If she wants to basically admit that she's going to apologize to me with the same level of how well she's going to be washing her drinking glasses, then no one's interested in this. Okay, so this was my most recent understanding just about what's been going on there. Now all of a sudden, we see that the mom has written. Let's read it together, and we'll find out what it says. Okay, here it is. The words are a little small, but we'll deal with it. We'll read it. So let's start reading, and we're going to assess for what, ladies and gentlemen? We're going to be looking to assess whether this appears to be genuine or whether this appears to be not genuine. Whether it appears to be real, that she realizes with remorse what she did wrong, or she wants the prize without having earned it. Get it? I have no idea. I have not read this, genuinely. Let's find out. We'll start. Barbara Winslow writes to me. Hi, I'm writing this email to you because I think it's about time for us to move forward now. This reconciliation. So as a side note to comment, so when I deserved her genuine remorse and repentance and apology well over a year ago, she didn't agree. Instead, she basically abandoned her son for over a year. Now, because she comes around to say that now she thinks there should be reconciliation, now what? Now we owe her reconciliation? Funny. So one can already see the tone here as it comes across. But we'll proceed on forwards. And as a quick note, just so that I'll say in advance, I think that once we read this a first time through, we'll read it piece by piece. Once we finish it so that we have an idea of what the whole picture was, we may skim through it a second time, even together on here, to get another bird's eye view. With our second read through, we'll understand the whole frame of what she has said, so we could reassess again, because that tends to open up new lights as well. She proceeds here to say that it has been over 1 year with not much progress in this matter because of differences in our views and opinion. As a side note, commenting here, people here have done terribly wrong things, morally speaking, to each other. I say to each other, that's me being nice. Really, it's one person who's done terrible wrongs to the other, unjustly. Does she appear to be taking responsibility, or does she appear to be doing something that looks like a sense of justification? No, it's not. It's not that anyone was really wrong. It's just, see, these are differences in opinion, you see? Yeah, they're just I just see it different, so that's why it's okay, right? Same shit. Does this look like a remorseful woman? No, not yet at least, and it doesn't seem it's going to be. But we'll find out. It continues. She says that I decided to move forward and ask you to accept my apology for everything what, in your opinion, I did wrong. Yeah. Does that sound very convincing to you? I want you to forgive me. Whatever it is you think. I don't know. I don't know what I'm sorry for. You just give me forgiveness anyway. Garbage. That's zero. So already so if anyone were to turn around and ask her, lady, what do you even realize you did wrong? What are you sorry for? I don't know, nothing really. Whatever he says, it's fine. Huh? See, this is the mental misalignment of life here with these people like this. I see nothing worthy of merit or impressive thus far, but every single piece of this will be read. We continue. From there, she simply asks, can we move forward from all these disagreements and try to restore the relationship? Question mark. So, without a meritorious apology, now she's asking for the benefit. Can we have it my way? I say we don't talk, so we don't talk. But when I say we will talk, I don't have to be sorry. But no, we will talk now. Accept my apology now. See, this is the cluster B, narcissism type shit. No one likes it. This is it. This is the self-centered. You could see the inability of this woman to truly presence herself to what it is that she did wrong. And I want to bring up another critical point. I've told her repeatedly, number one, and Anthony has told her also, I'm sure of this, in follow-up, after I already stopped talking to her directly, that, see, one of the things that is absolutely a non-negotiable for Barbara, if she wants to petition for forgiveness or to make a genuine, remorseful apology with sincere regret about things she did where she knows what she did that was wrong, so that has to be there. She has to know what she did that was wrong and know that she was wrong, number one. But number two, what about the YouTube video playlist that I just put up? You see, she doesn't realize necessarily or apparently that she is in the wrong because she hasn't presenced herself to class time, to school time. Where me on my own, I'm not even the one that continued to just put up things onto YouTube from my own perspective. I employed Anthony's position already became clear over the months anyways. He started to see things clearly eventually, which was good. I turned to ChatGPT, the AI, to be a moral witness to the matter, in essence, to be an objective evaluator of the moral circumstance. It does some of the best analysis that I think can be done, that anyone could see. So for someone who's in my mother's position, well, any audience person here can go through what I put up, and if one were to watch it, they'd go like, wow, this is unbelievable and crazy and deep and fascinating. And anyone would realize, yeah, if a wrongdoer in her position were to sit down and watch all this, there's no way she could emerge from the other side without realizing that she really did mess up. And this thing explains, like a teacher, like a role model, an example, why, exactly analyzing every aspect of it, saying why, what's the problem, what they did wrong, why it's wrong. Mwah, amazing. So Anthony made it clear to her. Reconciliation is basically impossible if she doesn't do this work. Because what I put up on this YouTube playlist is my form of expression of what I insist needs to be understood by the person as a prerequisite before they come up to me to apologize. This was made clear, or should have been made clear to her. I believe that's what Anthony said to her or communicated. So given this, let's keep in mind this fact to see and assess whether or not she has watched all these things. And we're going to look for two indications. Firstly, we're going to see if she makes any express mention, listen, I watched all the YouTube videos. But this aside, we don't even need to go that far. Look at her tone. Look at her tone. Those of us who are not cluster B wired people, maybe we're a little too naive compared to what really ends up coming out from these people. But even the most cynical of us, more neurotypical people in that particular empathic sense, at least, we would expect that someone in Barbara's position, if she really did watch everything that was there, and if you would need to, whoever you are, Anthony, or if you're the mother listening, Barbara, you should have watched them and you should know. But regardless, and I'm not even necessarily looking to address this strictly to my mother. This is more talking about her. She'll probably get this link sent to her by Anthony, and she can just listen to this verbal audio response of mine analyzing this. This is how I feel. Okay? Apologies. Forgiveness needs to be earned. But this was already indicated in what? The videos where ChatGPT showed this. Okay? What we're assessing here is whether or not Barbara's behavior is consistent with the behavior of someone who has beheld everything that was there on the playlist. So already her tone doesn't suggest that she watched this stuff sufficiently. if she's even writing like this, that she's not totally like, oh my God, I totally see what it was. The biggest blind spot of my life was revealed. I really realized I fucked up. You don't see that? She didn't watch it. But if she didn't watch it, or she was already told that she needed to, what the hell is she doing writing this stuff? It was already told to her. Reconciliation would be impossible. That means it wouldn't even be considered. So it'd be a waste of time if she were to do this, write anything like this prematurely, without having done the work, the due diligence, and the atonement. We continue. So as she had asked here, can we move forward from all these disagreements and try to restore the relationship? The answer to that, as I'll just strictly comment now and say, we can only move forward, anyone in life, generally speaking, in similar positions, well, we can only move forward when apologies are genuine, repentance is made that's based on genuine remorse with a full understanding of what the person did wrong, or furthermore, atonement is made, responsibility is taken, guilt is confessed. Confession. Why do they call it confession? Because you're supposed to declare and admit exactly what you did wrong. I did this that was wrong. I did that was wrong, and I know that it was wrong. That's what shows you the inner workings of the person's heart, where they open it to show, this is what's in my heart. Look, this is what I know I did wrong. Here's where I fucked up. Look, I'm telling you, this was it, and I did it, and I'm sorry. Where is it? I see none of it yet. So the answer here so far is no. It can't be, but not because of my own fault or my own unreasonable recalcitrance. No, it's because she here does not yet seem to be putting forward any of the genuine substance that would be required. So far, it's just a show of mindless form. It is just a mindless passing of the dirty cup under the water. I turn it this way, then this way for a second, and then move it around. Now it's clean, right? You don't even look at it. You just put it back on the thing for more use. This is this. Sad. We proceed. Then it gets to the next sentence. You see, can we move forward from all these disagreements to try to restore the relationship? Because, as it goes on to say, see, you need all the help you can get. See? You see the subtle frame job here? Yeah. You need me. That's why I can just walk in and out of your life whenever you want, whenever I want. Because you, son, need me. Yeah, you're defective. You need help, see? And I don't see any progress being made. See, I'm the evaluator. Doesn't matter that I fucking harmed you morally and your dignity and by offense that was unmerited, such that I don't even necessarily deserve to be in your life. No, I don't even recognize that I don't deserve to be in your life. I think I deserve to be anywhere I want to be. You see? Now, I see that it hasn't progressed, and it's sad. Yes. It's not that I'm sad that there's no progress for your health. It's that it's sad that there's no progress being made. See the distinction? More narcissism, more cluster B. An empathic person would say, I'm sad. Now, she doesn't say she's sad. She says it's sad that there's no help. So it's a subtle criticism, as if to say, you're not doing enough on your own. But if you give me free, unmerited forgiveness, what then? First of all, what the hell did this woman do for years anyway for me? Why would I trust her to do anything for me? We've already gone through this more extensively in previous videos, where I commented more deeply on the matter. In essence, why would I trust her to do anything, to touch anything, to have anything to do with my life? The last time I trusted her, she picked up a phone and called people against my will to take me to a mental hospital for a week. She didn't even call me when I was in there. She just called the doctors to tell them about I was going to burn the building down. Not true. She just made it up. So she puts lies like this, makes up whatever she wants, and exaggerates things. We did a detailed analysis of the statements that she made that were presented in the medical records in one of the previous videos, which, see, if you're, by the way, if you're watching this video and you haven't seen the previous videos, stop. Do not watch this video. Do not watch this video. Stop. Go back. Go watch all the videos in the playlist in order. I went and put numbers on them for a reason. When you're finished, you got up to the video? Good. Now you saw everything? Now, if you still have even a partial humanity or soul left in the brain and body, something should click. And this whole thing should be in a new light now. I don't want this to be occurring in your defective light or in the defective light of people who can't see. Go back, review all the things, consider what Anthony said, consider what ChatGPT definitely has said, and then start making your brain, like my grandpa used to say, ole v mózgu. Someone put fucking oil in the mechanism so it can run correctly. Okay? So this is an insult. So it goes from bad, weird, off, dissonant, and jarring to, it gets worse, to insulting. You need all the help you can get, see? Oh my God, I do. Oh, that's why I should just let... So if this is how this woman's writing, she has no idea how men work and how dignity works. So this is just an insult. So why would a man... This is the cancer of the earth. People like this. We proceed. From there it goes on to say that she says that, well, see, there are a lot of mistakes being made. It should say there were a lot of mistakes made by me. No, it says there are a lot of mistakes being made. Right, what are they? Does she admit that they're her mistakes? No. She's implying here that they could even be my mistakes. See, I'm making the mistake, guys, see? By what? By not giving her free, unmerited forgiveness? But who looks to a defective woman to receive moral framework guidance? I want to show the world this. This is what defective behavior looks like. I haven't shown the world yet, genuinely, but who knows? Anything's possible. For now, for sure this is being at least shown to Anthony, who's somewhat of a witness on this matter. I resent the implication that there's mistakes being made. Actually, the way I see it, it's being every aspect of my life, the situation with her is the only thing she should be concerned about. Her cleaning up the moral mess is the thing she should be concerned about. But this is a reframe job. See, never mind what I did wrong, she's framing here, essentially posing. Look over there, look over there, look somewhere else. Put the attention onto a different matter is the strategy of these types. Sick. So as we're seeing it, it just goes from bad to worse and more insulting slowly. We continue. There are a lot of mistakes being made, and if we can't get over them, can't get over the mistakes, nothing will be solved. Right. What solves problems? When one person did wrong, the only thing that solves the problem is that wrongdoer admitting that they were the ones who did the thing wrong. Do we see that yet? No. But what's she trying to say here? See, there's mistakes being made, but we are supposed to just get over them. Come on, for free. Get over it. I did wrong, but pretend that I didn't do wrong. Come on, get over it for free, magically. I don't have to pay the price and admit I was wrong. Just start treating me like I'm queen again. I never really did, though, honestly, because I always saw her as defective because she always acts defective. You have to earn your position in this life. Everybody. In this sense, except if you're the son, then you don't have to earn anything. Son always gets unconditional love from the mother, but she wants to twist it. She wants unconditional honoring from me when she doesn't want to earn the honoring, but she wants to conditionalize the quality of her treatment of me. That is Satan. That is the devil, because that is the sickest inversion away from the godly system. That's backwards. Plenty more has been discussed about this in the previous videos of this channel. Again, if you're still watching this, but you haven't, or listening to this, and you haven't seen the previous videos, I condemn you, and I think you're an idiot. Don't turn this off. This isn't for you. Come back when you have watched the other things, please. I insist. It proceeds. So she continues on and says, you see, this will be the worst thing for us. Implying that if these mistakes continue, would be the worst thing for us and will signify the end of our relationship. Right. As I add and comment here, who's responsible for the relationship is ended, and it stays ended until it's resurrected by what? By the grace, by the good, correct, I wouldn't say grace because it's actually owed strictly. When someone puts in the repentance that is owed by the wrongdoer, that is what resurrects a dead relationship. But the relationship is already dead now. But you see, she's trying to frame it to make it show, to say, see, if you don't get over it, that is what would be the worst thing. And you not getting over it for free in a way that I wouldn't properly deserve by merit, that would be terrible because that's what would end the relationship. So the woman here wants to cast the responsibility falsely onto the person in my position, who's the victim of the things that she did to bring indignation upon me. And then the reverse frame job. You see it? Sick. Now, the relationship is already dead at this time. But who is the one responsible for that? The one who did wrong. If you're still watching, it's because you've seen all the previous videos. But if you have seen all the previous videos, then ChatGPT is explained for about a couple dozen hours or so by this point, which I'm assuming now you're still listening, you've seen all of it. Okay. So maybe you could change the tone a little bit, because now maybe certain wrongdoers really do realize they're wrong, because they understand now. So look at the whole email we've reviewed. Right, so that looks pretty stupid now in this light, after you've seen the level that I operate at. Now it does look a little weak, doesn't it? Like a baby trying to convince a god to change their minds when they don't even know what they're talking about. We continue. She goes on to say here, you see, we should do the opposite and work hard to heal the relationship, not the opposite. Well, the opposite is holding wrongdoers to account, where Christ said, do treat them as a tax collector and as a heathen. And every Judeo-Christian paradigm and every other reasonable paradigm and any other moral system will tell you, separate from people who do not take responsibility for the wrongs they committed against you. Understand? Virtually every single one, except extreme Buddhism has other interesting subtle nuances, but no, this isn't what's condoned under any system. Okay? So we shouldn't do the opposite of condemning wrongdoers. Christ says, no, do condemn the wrongdoers. The wrongdoers need to apologize. So again, this is more of an attempt to cast responsibility on another person falsely. I'm not the one who did anything wrong here. But listen, John, it should be the opposite. Yeah, we should work hard to heal the relationship. But do we see where does the hard work come from? In what manifestation? Actually genuinely being sorry. And then atonement by the wrongdoer. Where's the atonement, guys? I don't see it. We continue on. We could put all these negative experiences behind us, as she proceeds to here state, and start fresh this oncoming new year. So she just wants to do this just for her own idea that, we should be fine for the holidays. So I'll tell him that I'm not going to say sorry in a meaningful way. I'll just say sorry in the fake form way that is the same type of way as the careless washing of glasses that still leaves them dirty. Now make it nice. Yeah, it's not nice. It's still dirty. See the problem? If you're responsible for cleaning the glass, you dirtied and you haven't cleaned it, that's not anyone else's fault. Wake up. So my response would be, yeah, wrongdoer, Barbara, we could put all these negative experiences behind us, maybe, possibly, if Barbara does things. It's not up to me to fix it. In fact, if the wrongdoer in Barbara's position, any wrongdoer generally in similar position, would do a full atonement, repentance, remorse, confession to the person and fix all of it, the person in my position actually, by proper paradigm, wouldn't even have the choice. I have to forgive them. So the choosing part isn't mine. It's up to the wrongdoer. See? So there's no flipping the paradigm here. By the way, have we seen any indication that she's watched any of this so far at the point where she wrote this? None yet, and I don't think we're going to find one. So that's problem number one. And there's a second issue too. I had it in my mind, but it just slipped out. If I recall it, I'll bring it up. I can't recall at this moment. So we'll just proceed here. We understand so far. She continues on thereafter to write, also, it goes on to say, many things changed. I don't know what that means, so we'll see. Also, many things change, and you should be up to date to see what's going on. Full stop. So that's her sentence. So what's the implication of that sentence? You see, give me free forgiveness because you'll be out of the loop if you don't. See, I'm trying to frame to you that you would be at some disadvantage. Earth to people like this who are like her, earth to people like this who are like her, nothing can buy out a person who has dignity and self-respect. You can't go to them and say, are you out of the loop? You won't be up to date if you don't talk to me. Kill yourself, metaphorically speaking. You already are dead to us, in fact. That part's actually already complete in essence, except she's trying to come up like a zombie, but without a cause genuinely to deserve a reborn experience, because she isn't actually reborn of the Spirit. In previous videos, being reborn of the Spirit is something I may not have uploaded that particular one yet. There's a lot of stuff that still needs to be posted. This is the mess that people create when they carelessly create their messes. Not good. We move on. She goes on to say, I recently found a therapist which specializes in helping people with brain injuries. Right. But did anyone on our end, either me or Anthony on my behalf, indicate that we're interested in participating in therapy? So here we go again, back to the old frame. You see, son, you are defective. You need a therapist. You need a therapist. I'll hurt you, morally speaking, by indignation, insult your dignity and disrespect you to the point that it damages your essence in some sense. And then after you damage, now you need therapy. See, I broke you. Now you need therapy. Mind blow, infinity forever. People like this don't deserve. I don't know what else to say. All right. My brain injury isn't even formally diagnosed yet. I'm only trying to desperately, and with not enough help on my end. Doesn't mean I'm willing to accept the help of people who are sick snakes and not trustworthy. Get it? Dignity. I already said I'd rather die than break dignity. That's how men are programmed. We continue. So the answer is no. When it was already said that John's definitely not interested in therapy, I'm pretty sure Anthony said this to her already multiple times, and I did too, where she comes back out and says, listen, I have therapists. Come participate in the implicated frame that you are defective. Come on, boy. Come sit in the therapy, defective boy. So, no. You will be taught there is no participating even in the frame to begin with. You're never going to win. But man's morality is more pristine than broken woman's morality. And here she is still trying to act like any of her words here are convincing. You don't realize how much more refined our brains are. Shut yourselves up. We're going to look at the rest of what was said here so that we could see it. She continues, she is very interested in helping us to manage the situation and to help you in being diagnosed. Getting all the testing first and the treatment. All right, a therapist is not going to be able to do that. Why? Because she's not a radiologist. Okay? I understand my own situation and the procedural aspects of how to get it solved more than anyone else on this planet does. Even some doctors, interestingly, actually. Okay, the therapist isn't going to help it. But my mommy thinks it would. But actually, that isn't really her concern because she doesn't even think there is a real brain injury, even though she saw many signs, but she'll forget them and then later tell the fucking hospital he thinks he has holes in his scrotum. I never said that to anyone, not her. He thinks he has holes in his intestines. Oh, but I have enough evidence to show that this was very likely the case. And ChatGPT agrees with me after an extensive medical assessment, an over 90% chance. So you humans aren't so smart. Don't rely on your own stupid thinking to come up with your own ideas. All you try to do, you're dumb and then you try to manipulate people. Why would God respect any of that shit? We continue to read. So I reject all this stuff on its face. Why would I trust, the underlying thing is, why would I trust a woman here, this mother of mine, to have anything to do with anything that's supposed to be for me? I already allowed her to be in my life multiple times prior where she betrayed my trust. So the price of having betrayed my trust, especially if she doesn't even admit that she has done such a horrible thing of betraying trust improperly, there's no free... the price is permanent. You're done. You have one life on this earth. If you betray someone, you're fucking screwed permanently for as long as there's no true... It's hard because when you do betrayal and show lack of trust, that's the worst kind of offense and sin to come back from. It's the hardest. So my mom made her work very difficult for herself. So she thinks these emails, come on, just do what I want now, okay? No, that's the whole problem to begin with. Doing what you want is always the wrong thing. But we've seen that from the fucking beginning, always. No one takes you seriously. I never would. You're brainless. We continue. She could help you, as it goes on to say, with getting services you need. See, I need services, see? Right. Services. What a beautiful euphemism. But, of course, assuming, as was expected by now, that whoever's listening to this video by this point has watched all the previous videos, especially the mother, really, look. Look now and consider everything in the light of hindsight. How different it all appears as we review this email now. How stupid this email almost looks like. Now that we see it in the full light of like, this is how John has felt and what the real moral circumstances of this whole position has been. Dozens and dozens of hours have been spent to listen to all this. It's like, I understand now. Wow, you should have shame. Anyone in her position should have shame. Because this email is a joke. Don't just take my word for it. I have a feeling I'll be plugging this in soon to ChatGPT, so we'll get its assessment. Because there is no messing up with me and then getting away with it without learning your lesson. Not anyone anywhere. To the farthest extent that is practical. So no, I don't want these. I resent these euphemisms and implications of these services you need. And a therapist doesn't have access to convince a radiologist to do anything in particular. Okay? The diagnostic aspect takes place at an imaging center, not at a therapist's office. Brainless. People are all off. You don't have acuity of thinking. It's like sheep trying to command the wolf. It's useless. I see everything. Way more than you, sheep. All of you are sheep. Practically. 99% of you are way, way fucking stupider than I am, sadly. Just accept it. We move on. She will talk to me, my mom here proceeds to state, but she will give me all the information needed to move in the direction of you getting help. All right. I don't want any help from a stupid woman like this. Not the therapist, well, she's not necessarily stupid, but not from the mother, because she's not trustworthy. Nor is she sorry for what she did. Truly, she just wants to say the apology. Okay, now it's okay. Now it's fine, right? Exactly what I said before I started reading this email. When I prefaced this, I said, yeah, the situation is she might want to just apologize, to just throw an apology now, act like, see, everything's fine now. Bullshit. What's wrong with these people's brains? Because they don't have a soul calibration correct. I don't know. We proceed. She continues on here and states that right now I'm waiting for the confirmation if Medicare insurance, which I recently got, will cover the sessions, therapy sessions. Do you think she's trying to get me in there so that I could get healing for a brain injury? No. This is what she's writing now. And then when I get in, there's a, see, now you're in therapy. I got him. Come on now. He's defective. Get him. Which is the same shit she tried to do at the hospital. When she called in there, basically. He's defective. Just solve it. I don't know. Get him. We got him. Puh. Spit on that shit and all of it and anything in connection to this. Because it's immoral. It's sick. It's twisted, manipulative, evil. Nothing's actually wrong with me, you idiots, except that there's a serious brain issue which is making many things wrong. It's not schizophrenia. It's not catatonia. Morons. If I'm completely fine, and then the moment I start swallowing fluids, Sarah, my ex-girlfriend, and other girls actually too, realize like, dude, I've been watching you for a while. Every time after you swallow, you get suddenly 500 times more neurologically crazy and stunted. I see it. It's every time after you swallow. I'm like, yeah, because I feel it pouring into my skull every time I swallow. And she's like, dude, I believe it. I watch your eyes. Like the light of your eyes changes and then your voice changes and everything goes crazy. And then you can't walk anymore right after you swallow. But if you don't swallow anything, you're fine. If you haven't eaten anything all day, you're fine. Why is it happening right after you swallow? I said, I know why. You see it too? That's great. Come help me. Come hang with me then. They feel bad for me. Stupid, brainless idiots. That's nothing at a fucking therapist's office is going to treat that. Morons. A therapist. They're not even a doctor. And if they are, it's a psychiatrist that has nothing to do or See, this is manipulation done by people with no vision. Do not watch this video if you have not seen everything else previous. Last time I'm going to say this. It should be understood. We move on. So this is my live reaction to everything we're reading here. Would anyone else in my position have a substantially different reaction? Not after everything that I've been through, if you have been in my shoes having gone through the same things. Not if you have sense. Dignity. We continue. She continues on. See, I got a couple of therapists, as it goes on to stay here, before. I got them before, but they just waste my time. No real help. So you think it's going to be any different this time? These people are trained to believe that they're helping. And half the time, the clients are also trained to believe this is supposed to be helpful. Oh, yes, it is helpful. While they're still needing to go. They don't know why. Figure it out. And she's puzzled. They wasted my time, but this one will be different. No, they won't. You're not getting it. Naive. We continue. She goes on here to say, my question to you is if you are supposedly interested and ready to move in the direction of being diagnosed. Yes, yes. Because, as she already indicated to Anthony in her emails to him, her only interest isn't taking responsibility for the moral offenses that she's guilty of committing improperly with no justification, excusability, or defense, which makes her wrong. She doesn't have remorse. No, her only interest is I'm supposed to, if I'm a good mother, I'm supposed to be getting him the help. That's what makes me nice. That's what makes me good. You see how you see how that's the stuck hole she will sit in? Because she can't see anything else in her mind. It's not about, oh my God, it's not about I've hurt people. What the hell have I done? No, it's not that. It's if I'm get with these blank eyes. If I help him, now I'm fine. I've done everything good now. Right? Just like when I told her, Mom, you didn't treat me right. No, I fed you and clothed you, so I did everything good now. I didn't need to do anything more. Same here. She doesn't need to do anything more, guys. She just needs to get her son help. Get it? Brainless. No emotional circuitry intact. Not good. We continue. So my answer to this is, no, I'm not ready to ignore the fact that she hasn't genuinely had a revolutionary awakening of her spirit to realize how fucked up things she has done were. I'm not ready to participate in a false paradigm and give any credence or fuel or anything to the supposition that the only problem here is that, I'm a bad boy because I'm yelling at her. That's why I need therapy. I think I have holes in my intestines, that's why. Can't be that there's actually holes, right? Even though I have video recordings of my whole left rib packing in full of fucking substance over a week's time, coincidentally, right after I said that there's food moving in through that esophagus sideways into that compartment. Did I make it magically grow with my mind? No. If I showed Sarah that video and she literally opened her mouth and started screaming, going, how the hell is that possible, John? I've never seen anything like that in my life. And then she said, how did you end up in a hospital? And what the fuck is that? I said, that's the food in my rib cage. Looks like someone surgically installed a football in my thoracic cavity, right? She's like, yeah, what the fuck is that? That's not human. That should be all over the internet. I was like, yeah, I know. I was walking around like that in front of my mom. What'd she say? Sarah was like, well, that's crazy. Anyone who would see that would realize there's a serious issue. I said, no, my mom's stupid. She didn't realize any serious issue. She looked at that. She said, I don't know. Oh, you think you have holes? Bad. Get him. He's crazy. Fucking stupid. Don't trust brainless idiots to guide smarter structures. Hopeless. We continue. She continues on to say, well, see, if the answer from you is that yes, I will let you know what needs to be done. So I'm here like a dog waiting for directions, right? Fucking idiots. I'm going to wait for the whole framework from the first word of this email to this one is like all of it is sick and misaligned. Don't take my word for it. Anthony will surely take a look, and then very coolly, ChatGPT will too. I don't sit here to be told what needs to be done. And I want really every possible bit of attention 360 degrees around to really pay attention to this. With way fucking smarter and better insight than you could possibly ever dream. It's not even close. I dictate and decide and determine correctly and assess rightly and accurately what it is that does need to be done. Not you, not anyone else. Smarter people tell the stupider people what need to be done. But the curse of life is the stupidest ones always think they're the smartest ones. This almost never ends. Not good. We continue. It goes on to say, I will know this week if the Medicare will cover the services. That's all she's interested in, guys. Does this look like a heartfelt apology in total? No, the whole email is about, I got to get you into therapy. Come on already. Do what I say. That's good. The sick conceit. It continues. She goes on to state here that, see, another thing is that Christmas is coming. I don't do Vigilia this year. She won't do the meal of Christmas Eve. That's done holidays by the Polish tradition. But if you are interested, we could even go someplace on Christmas. I don't have to apologize to you. I don't appear sorry for anything specific, genuinely. We're just going to hang out for Christmas for free, even though I don't deserve it. She would think arrogantly. No. This is a joke. Or I could give you good food. Well, I would make the comments about food, but she's saying this in context of us supposedly having some reconciliation. Right, but let me just say, the reconciliation cannot happen without all required elements. For sure, it cannot happen. Make no mistake. There should be no surprise, too. Well, it goes on here. He says, even I'll cook, and you enjoy. Okay, if you're the one that's okay, whatever works for you. Okay. Right? That's the best part of this email was this little spot here. Right? It continues on. She continues on to say, I don't think we are ready to go to each other's apartments yet. Yeah, I agree. Now that's the smartest thing that's been said. Except it's me telling you that we're not ready because you are the one here. She is the one here that is, who clearly does not appear to be ready. She hasn't had the true transfer, the true guilt has not set into her heart yet for her to feel shame. Does she sound like she has shame? No. This email doesn't show her experiencing shame. It shows her experience of entitlement. That's your biggest indication that you're dealing with a fake and a fraud and a crock of crap. But she continues on to state, as she was saying, I don't think we're ready to go to each other's apartments yet, but it goes on to say, we could always be in touch. We'll help each other, be there for each other. As a side note here, as a commentary, she has absolutely no appreciation of the fact that literally the things you do that were as harmful, offensive, and betraying as they were, no normal human being on this earth would overlook it to act like everything is okay. She only trained me when I was growing up to act that way, that everything had to be okay. To be a constant reset mind every morning. So no matter what happened, I'll always just be this doormat. Thank God I grew out of that. Now it's the opposite. You have big problems when you don't do the work. No, it's the least. You're not going to get anything free from me. And make no mistake about it, the considerations that this woman here is trying to petition for, they are flat out and reasonably so unmerited. No one would disagree. Except her, but she's blind. We proceed. This also, it's amazing. Like, and then even if really, this is another test. I say we shouldn't be going to each other's apartments because I don't want anything to do with this woman. But if she was actually sorry, do you think someone who's actually sorry would stick in there somewhere and go, listen, I don't think we're ready to go to each other's apartments yet, okay? What? No. You really, every part of this is inverted. When Satan inverts, he doesn't just invert one thing, he inverts every little sub thing within all the other further sub things. So here it's the mother going, I don't think we should go to each other's apartments yet. That doesn't, just on that one statement alone, you've disqualified the whole substance of this email. Because that's not something a genuinely sorry person would say. That's someone who, with entitlement of arrogance, thinking, I'm dictating, I'm controlling, I'm calling. So you don't deserve to be in my apartment. You don't deserve to have me in your apartment. That's the implication of such a sentence as being made by her. The blindness of the conscience. She has no conscience, it seems. Sick. We continue. It goes on here to say, this could be the first step. Also, if you need anyone to clean your apartment, I could try to send you someone this week to clean it. No, thank you. Not interested. Kindly let me know if you accepted my apology. I'm going to leave this open for ChatGPT and to Anthony. If Anthony thinks that this is an apology that substantial, that this is an email, and more importantly, this is a substantive showing overall from my mother that substantially more likely than not is deserving of an apology, I'd give her an apology. It's not going to happen. I don't think Anthony's that naive. If ChatGPT assesses this with the correct context, we'll have the conversation featured. I'll draft one up shortly. I should soon. I think I will. And ChatGPT assesses and says, yes, this looks like a genuine apology. Most people, I'll ask it, would the majority of people find this to be acceptable? If ChatGPT says yes, this looks good, yes, okay, I'll accept her apology then. Okay, if either Anthony or ChatGPT hold that this looks fine, I'll accept it. I don't know if I said give an apology. I'll accept an apology. If they don't, then that's your biggest sign that me, Anthony, ChatGPT, God himself, and everyone else on this planet, outside of her, are all aligned uniformly in seeing the same one objective, consistent thing about this, is that this is crap, this is insufficient, and not good. We continue. We could do it gradually, she proceeds to state. This could definitely work. Just gradually, okay? Because I'm cautious. What? About your son? Just that you even show 1 second anything consistent with that vibe is what makes vomit come through the mouth. You are the one who is insufficient and not trustworthy. Not me. See the difference? Unbelievable. She doesn't worship God. She worships her, the things that she installs as a God over her ideas, her mind. This is her God. Her God is the framework that she makes up and worships. Get what I mean? But guys, don't forget, this whole thing above was one paragraph. But man, this last sentence is its own paragraph because it's her real final word. Okay? Which we can see is one little smaller final statement. So this is where the real juice is. Let's see what the real juice is, guys. Because she says here that, hey, it's once you get help. See that? You have to just feel better. Feel better. I feel fucking fine. When I'm not dealing with the mother, my life's pretty dealable. Everything else, because no one else insults me and offends me the way that this woman does. Not quite. All right? The issues I'm dealing with are different, but if you're so stupid that you can't see that, you're not trustworthy to begin with to manage any of these things. So why would anyone trust you? Get it. Go ask other people if there's a apparent mental issue. I need therapy, right, you idiot? Huh? What does Anthony say? Does he seem to see that there's some mental issue? Or does he seem to see that kinda some people in his shoes would naturally be pissed off because this is just the woman's pissing him off? And that's a grown man. People get angry. She's not showing him respect. Okay. Now we understand how life works. Huh. Oh, wait, it gets even better. Let's read closely, guys. Bottom line, once you get help and feel better, then we can fully restore our relationship. So hold on a second. This is mind-blowing. Oh, fuck. So she basically just canceled everything she wrote anyway. These people's brains don't work, you see. So she was supposed to be apologizing to me and petitioning me to restore the relationship. Now she forgot that. So she just, whoops, Freudian slip. She's going back into her old mode. Once you do this, once you do that, then I will permit you. You have to do the dancing. You have to do what I say. Then we could do it. So holy shit, mind-blowing how arrogant this looks. ChatGPT is going to have a blast with this for sure. I think Anthony will see this and just roll his eyes and fucking put his palm into his forehead and be like, yeah, this is just kind of dumb. I don't know why I inherited this. Well, there's a reason for everything. Our insights into that surely grow over time. We'll see. So this is the biggest joke already in this whole email is once you get help and feel better, then we can fully restore the relationship. See, if you don't do the thing, then that's why we couldn't restore the relationship. So it's again the woman's attempt to make the man here, but the son, this is a little weird, to make the son of hers responsible for why the relationship isn't restored, when in actuality, everyone on earth looks at this and says, hey everyone, I'll ask here now, hey everyone, who's responsible for this mother-son relationship not being correctly reconciled? Everyone, not even 99% of people, 100% of people would look at this and say, yeah, the mom clearly is the one responsible for not doing the necessary and expected thing to have this work out. That the mom is 100% responsible here. Right? You need to get that. I can't help you if you haven't gotten it already. You need to get it. So it looks like you need therapy. See that? People who recommend therapy are the ones who seem to need therapy the most. I found this interesting pattern in life too. I think many people would agree. Funny coincidence. Get it? They're the ones who love psychology the most, these types. The ones who realize that they don't understand psychology. That's why they like it, because they don't understand it. Ay, ay, ay. She continues on, finally. This will take some time, but it will happen. It won't happen if you don't do what is supposed to be done. But if you've seen all the previous videos by now, all that should be clear. Lastly, on the bottom line, don't forget it says that you are my son. You haven't treated me like your son. That's the only problem. Grown sons get treated with extreme respect by their parents like crazy. In a healthy family paradigm. How the hell have I been treated for the last 20 years? And I want the best for you always. Yeah. With an exclamation mark. I do. Yeah. Fucking so cheesy, jarring, dissonant, creepy. Out of place. You could see the formulation in her head. The over rigid formulation. Okay, now here's the part of the email where I put the nice thing that I want the best. Yeah, that will convince him. That's the good one. That's the one that will do it. That's what makes me believable. No? No, it doesn't. But you can see it doesn't when we read it back. How weird it looks. No one looks at this and says, well, this whole email had me on guard, but oh boy, this part was really convincing now. Now I'm at ease to let my mom screw me again. Stupidly. Why would anyone think that? If you're a man's mind, it works correctly. Thank you, God. This will never change. So help me, God, that I want the best for you always. What the fuck? I'm done. But let's reread it, because I said we're going to reread it so that we really make sure. I can't remember that second thing that I wanted to mention that had to do with it. So let's look back and see what this whole email looked like now that we've seen everything. Hi, I'm writing this email to you because I think it's about time for us to move forward this reconciliation, because I want to. It has been over 1 year with not much progress in this matter, even though I didn't apologize, because of differences in our views. That's the only reason why. Differences in our opinion. Not right or wrong, just differences. I'm not wrong. I decided to move forward. I'm the better one, see? I have decided to move forward. You didn't do it, but I'm doing it. I'm the responsible one. The signum delusion never ends. I ask you to accept my apology. I don't even see the apology. She just says accept it. But where is it? I don't see one. She just starts talking about the apology as if it already was given and exists somewhere tangibly. I ask you to accept it. Accept what? Where is it? For everything. Whatever in your opinion I did wrong. It looks so silly when we read it back. Can we move forward now? Come on. Try to restore the relationship. You need all the help you can get. That's why I'm good to you. Because I'm overlooking how bad you were so that I can help you. See how good I am? Mind blow infinity. Never ends. There is a lot of mistakes being made. Yes, I know. You wouldn't believe who's the one making them now. But she continues to say, but if we can't get over these mistakes, then nothing can be solved. So get over my mistakes. But they're not even my mistakes. They're your mistakes, she thinks. You get over your mistakes. Stop. Just, come on. Just make it easy. Come on. Fucking stupid woman. This will be the worst thing for us. This is what will signify the end of the relationship. It's you, not me. We should do the opposite. Work hard to heal, even though I don't work hard to heal it. I only think I do. Me writing this email has been working so hard. Heal the relationship, not the opposite. We could put all these negative experiences behind us. We could, because I think they should be. That's why it could. We'll start fresh. Also, many things changed. You should be up to date. I'm telling you that you should do it. Then here we go. Here's the real reason. I found a therapist specializes in helping people brain injuries. Whatever you believe, son, but we'll get you the therapy no matter what. God help us. God help us for real, right? She's very interested in helping us to manage the situation. Help you get diagnosed. Come on. Get diagnosed. Get money. Get Social Security already so that I don't have to keep paying for you. Come on. I don't want to pay the price of my own stupidity. I want to do wrong, but then avoid the payment. Duh. Do you get it? I want to have my cake and eat it too. Yeah! Bravo! That's how these people are, guys. Cluster B narcissism. Every pattern is repeated fractally again and again within it. She's very interested in helping us manage. Yeah, I know she believes that she can do something. Then when she realizes what the extent is, she'd be like, oh shit. Well, all I could do is offer therapy about it. I'm not the fucking doctor. You need to go to an imaging center. Maybe get a script. Did you get it? I'm like, I would say, yeah, I'm 10,000 steps ahead of you. I've already dealt with some of the best radiologists in the country. They're a little difficult to work with. They understand some of the problems diagnostically. We're trying to create new methods of implementing specific MRI protocols. The radiologists think that it's very interesting stuff. I'm talking to doctors in India right now who are ENT specialists, some of the leading doctors in the country who are doing scientific presentations. You get out of here. This is a joke. My therapist will help you. You're not even dreaming in close to the right league. Stop it. Infantilizing, patronizing nonsense. It goes on here. We're going to get the testing first and treatment. Yeah. She could help you getting the services. You need services. Come on, sick boy. Admit you're sick. Let's show how sick you are. Well, then you get help, right? Help with big quotation marks. Help. Sick. She'll talk to me. She'll give me all the information needed. Then I'm waiting right now for the confirmation medical insurance, which I recently got to cover the sessions. I got a couple of therapists before. They just waste my time. No real help. My question to you is, if you are ready to move in the direction of being diagnosed and getting help. Come on, it's all about you. It's all on you. That's what this email is all about. It's not really apology. It's about, if you want an apology before you sit down at the therapist, I'll fake an apology. Because I don't really feel sorry, but I'll just say it. Now he believes me. Now, this needs to be the biggest wake-up call to this woman's head ever. No. Look like, who the fuck do you think you're dealing with? God, it's like Santa. It's like a little girl who still believes the tooth fairies are real. But if I close my eyes hard enough, will Santa Claus, is the Easter Bunny real? But if I wish it enough, just hit yourselves. If I wish it, can it happen now? Is it real if I pretend it's real? That's how these people are. So are you ready to move in this direction? Would anyone in the world be willing to move in this direction given the exact circumstances that we have here? This is an insult. We continue. If the answer is yes, then I will let you know what needs to be done, because it's all about her control. What about him? What about the man in this position deciding what needs to be done? She doesn't even understand that. It doesn't even compute in her head. What do you mean? But he's the sick one. I don't understand. It doesn't make... We mean he decides, but he's sick, so he can't decide. Now I have to help him. That's what makes me good. If I can't help him, I'm not good. It's like a psychological. That is a psychological problem. Okay, we continue. Okay, then I'll be a nice mommy, and then we'll have a Christmas coming. We'll do whatever. I don't think we're ready to go to each other's apartments yet. Okay, hold on there. Slow down, cowboy. What? Every piece of this sucks. Like, every piece of it is just an insult. And then whatever she tries to put as the next sentence, where in her mind she's thinking, that'll be the next sentence that further better assures him. It's like, no, that made it even worse. And then the next one, no, that's also even worse. It's so blind. Yes, all the top experts on cluster B personality disorders and narcissism, they were right. These people are blind. They are stupid, as the guy said. They don't get it. They don't see that everything they do is actually opposite of helping any person within the situation. It really is sad. It really is. So she continues, we'll be there though. Won't we be there for each other? Yeah, after everything she did, I want her to be there for me. I'm rolling my eyes like crazy. Who the hell would? Anyone who's been watching this whole thing, imagine if that's your mother. Tell me if you trust her that you want her to be there for you. Okay? Write me in the comments and tell me what you think. It continues. She says, this could be the first step. We need someone to clean. Kindly let me know. Did you accept my apology? We'll do it gradually, though. So once you get help, that's when we can fully restore the relationship. I set the conditions because I don't think I'm the wrongdoer. I think you are defective. I set the conditions and you follow. That's me, the money. Fucking sick mind. This is fundamentally rejectable on its face. Sick. But since stupid people don't believe their own children, we turn to witness Anthony. We'll turn to other people if necessary. We'll turn to ChatGPT, a super advanced AI objective robot of the new age of this world today, with advanced technology that replicates human thinking. That's even more accurate and powerful than many aspects of real human thinking, because we're that developed already. It's like almost Terminator. We're here. That's it. Okay, because don't forget that I am her son and she wants the best for me always. Looks like it. She doesn't want the best for me. She wants the best of her idea of what should be for me. Difference. That part is always clear. All right. Digest that. And just one more thing I want to mention here too. So there's a little bit of a problem too, you see. At some point while I was away in that hospital a year ago, my mom came into this apartment without my permission while I was gone. Without my awareness, even without my permission, nor was it ever brought up afterwards to debrief me or of anything after the fact. Walked in here, messed around, moved chairs, moved windows, closed windows, and I have reason to believe that it wasn't, and even more interestingly enough, I have reason to believe that it wasn't even the only time that she's come in here since then, using the key that she's had of mine that she has never even returned. Okay? That's called trespassing. I'll cover the one instance that I know for sure happened that's articulable enough and valid enough that I know it happened, so I'm going to tell you about that. It's when I was at the hospital. That's a crime. Not only it's a crime, it's unlawful legally, criminally, civilly. It's bad. You don't do that to people. It's serious. Okay? I told Anthony about this. I actually didn't bring it up much. I brought it up once in passing because so much of what went on was crazy that this almost became like a side note. Like, oh yeah, she committed criminal trespass against me too. But I mentioned that to Anthony, and then I mentioned it again like several months later. And then the second time where I mentioned it again, and more articulated, he took notice of this. And he thought, and he was like, huh. He took his own initiative to turn to Barbara and to say, hey, listen, besides all these other things that's going on, there's also another problem. I'm coming into awareness of the claim of fact that you went into his apartment, not just because of an emergency, supposedly, but we disqualified that from reality. That's not valid at all. As was clearly indicated by me, Anthony, the law itself, Supreme Court, and by ChatGPT's moral assessment. There's no way around it. Don't follow blind woman's thinking. Not reality. Only self-serving is all it is. Don't believe in it. Don't make that your guide. Don't make that your ruler. Get it? But Anthony reached out to her and said, listen, this is kind of serious. Is it the case that this is true? Because I need to know, because he's accusing you of something serious. So I'm letting you know that this is what's being said. Do you deny that you did such a thing? That you went into his house, not just pursuant to the events of that day, but afterwards? After he was gone and in involuntary confinement? What a convenient time to go into someone's house against their will if you have the keys. Where he wouldn't want you in there. Reasonably. Do you deny this? She didn't answer or admit anything, but she wrote to him in reply and just talked about other things. Well, overtly and plainly disregarding this. Anthony wrote back and then a second time asked, okay, again, I didn't hear anything in response about that, so I'm going to ask you a second time. Did you or did you not go into his apartment? Do you deny that you did? It's the second time I'm asking. And he furthermore let her know, I think this is what he said, if you don't deny it, I've asked you twice, if twice you don't deny it, I'm going to assume that this means you're tacitly admitting that it was so by your lack of denial. All right, that's what tacit acquiescence is. We all know about that. A second time. As far as I didn't get any full updates from him yet, but for a few days out, and she's reached him since then. Nothing has been said. Either there's some follow-up where she touched on the matter, but in which case there may or should be an update on that. But for now, nothing. And if she doesn't answer on this matter again, and Anthony a third time will come around, that's called giving the notice of default, you see, and said, all right, this is the third time I'm bringing it up, where I acknowledge that 2 times I brought it up earlier and you said nothing. So I am confirming that you are implicitly admitting that this happened by your lack of a denial. Okay, let's consider this and put this back into context. Hey, everybody, when your mom commits trespass against you and just does whatever she wants, should I trust her to have anything to do with my life or do anything? Right, exactly. Because the same moral vision that allows her to do fucking weird things without her realizing it's wrong is the same vision which she's trying to steer through this practical situation. The same blindness, the same inability to see correctly. That's the most important thing for you to realize. Get it? Do not deal with immoral people. Do not deal with people who don't understand why the things that they do that are wrong, why they're wrong, and that these people are wrong themselves. Do not do it. Lesson for everyone in this life. Good. All right, a couple final points. Regarding, didn't Anthony indicate that reconciliation would essentially be impossible without a full viewing of the entire YouTube playlist by Barbara? If so, where Barbara makes no indication that she got to see everything, neither formally nor in substance, that you don't see the fundamental shift for alignment, understanding, and behavior that would naturally, I think, come for even half-broken people who would understand it by now. We see no such thing. Therefore, is her attempt at an apology not only insufficient, but it's otherwise, by timing-wise, it's still premature as well. Not good. Nextly, here's another issue. The mother here, writing this supposed apology, this is occurring in context. The context that's overarching here is not only the general context of everything that's gone wrong. What about the specific context? You see, Mother and I were engaged in interaction over text line. She ended up becoming so repeatedly offensive over the text line that she ended up getting blocked because of what? Non-respecting of boundaries. So, where that was the issue that led to the block, that's the most recent problem or the most recent aspect of the situation or thing that's on top. So if you're playing a card game and you're putting cards on the pile and, the most recent card is the card that's on top, now, if you want to solve your problem, you have to go. It's important to take on the whole pile at once, synergistically or holistically. But really, at a piecemeal wise level, you sort of have to go backwards. So what happened to the most recent issue? The mother did specific things most recently that got her in this position of being blocked. Now she wants to write an email apologizing for what? She hasn't even acknowledged the issue. She hasn't even acknowledged what it is that she did wrong. Why did she deserve to get blocked? Where's her taking of responsibility for this thing? It's nowhere. Therefore, how on earth could such an apology be sufficient or acceptable? Furthermore, the real question is here. The question isn't about, whether or not. The real question is this, in the proper context. Is it the mother here who deserves to be forgiven and to be granted such a reconciliatory disposition? here by the one in the position of in my shoes. Your question to herself should be, why do I deserve to have anything to do with your business or efforts or health concerns, given the carelessness I've exhibited in handling all of these matters here with you? User states to ChatGPT, review this first of 3 past conversations of ours. As a side note, these are 3 conversations, which are 3 extended series of things, all of which were featured on the YouTube channel, pretty much. Continues, ChatGPT. The first of the 3 past conversations between us focused on a detailed moral analysis involving 2 individuals, John and Barbara, who were related as mother and son. The discussion was framed within the context of the Judeo-Christian moral paradigm. The conversation was structured with the user presenting scenarios or questions, and me, GPT, responding to those. Furthermore, the dialogue aimed to dissect and understand a specific moral situation involving John and Barbara, exploring the dynamics of their relationship and the moral implications of their actions and decisions. User states, review this second conversation of ours of 3. ChatGPT replies and states, the second conversation between us delved into philosophical and theological discussions, exploring the nature of moral or interpersonal offenses and their relationship to the concept of sin. The conversation was structured with the user presenting profound, multifaceted questions and me providing detailed responses. It continues to say that these responses considered the complexities of morality, of ethics, of theology, and of interpersonal relationships, indicating the nuanced nature of the topics discussed. User states, review this third conversation of ours of 3. ChatGPT responds and says, the third conversation between us focused on a moral evaluation of the relationship and interactions between Barbara and John, who are mother and son. Continues to state that the discussion included reviewing the backstory and narrative leading up to the events of September and October of 2023, particularly focusing on the texting conversations during this period, culminating in John blocking his mother. This conversation was part of an ongoing dialogue exploring the complex dynamics and moral aspects of the relationship. User states, we here continue the narrative where the prior conversations reviewed by you had left off with regards to that narrative. It continues to state, as a result of the blocking, Barbara and John have not interacted directly for over 2 months, from mid-October to present time in mid-December of 2023. In the meanwhile, Barbara, she has been writing messages or emails to Anthony, who had taken a further interest in the matter. Naturally, I suppose. ChatGPT responds and states that, continuing from where the previous conversations left off, we see that Barbara and John have not interacted directly since mid-October. As a side note, basically repeating what was said to it, goes on to state that this marking a period of over 2 months of, as it continues to state here, non-communication up to mid-December of 2023. During this time, Barbara has been communicating through messages or emails with Anthony, who has shown a deeper interest in the situation. It proceeds to state, to proceed effectively with the analysis or discussion, could you please provide more details about the nature of the messages or emails Barbara has been sending to Anthony? Also, what specific aspects of this ongoing situation would you like to focus on or analyze? User states, here's an email from Anthony to Barbara from around late November. I won't narrate the whole email. The primary people intended as the audience for this featured stuff here, well, you were the ones writing back and forth about it. I don't know if there's anyone else in the audience. If you'd like to read closely, go ahead and pause. I'll be scrolling simply screen to screen until we scroll through. Here's an email from Anthony to Barbara. And now ChatGPT responds to this and states that the email from Anthony to Barbara, dated late November, is quite comprehensive and addresses several key issues in the relationship between Barbara and John. Anthony's email reflects his deep involvement and understanding of the situation, highlighting various concerns. It proceeds to state, firstly, regarding John's perspective, John feels wronged by Barbara's actions, such as calling the police, contributing to his stay in a mental ward, and misrepresenting certain things, including events. Despite these issues, as it goes on to say, John was open to communication under certain conditions. Secondly, regarding the conditions of communication, furthermore states here that John specified that he would maintain communication as long as Barbara didn't argue needlessly or disrespectfully challenge the status quo. Thirdly, regarding Barbara's alleged slander, Barbara claimed to have evidence proving John's alleged dishonesty, but she has not provided it. Interestingly, Anthony, as it goes on to say, does question whether Barbara's allegations are baseless and whether, by that fact, she herself has ended up slandering John. Fourthly, which is serious, okay? Fourthly, regarding unresolved issues, Barbara's behavior, including her demands for John to remove his YouTube videos and her alleged violation of John's boundaries, alleged by John and somewhat by extension by Anthony, this raises concerns about her understanding and respect for John's autonomy and his perspective. Fifthly, regarding Barbara's promises and actions, Anthony criticizes Barbara for not following through on her promises and for trying to control the situation unilaterally. Common theme, as a side note I'd add here. We'll keep seeing much of this. Funny how that is. Consistency with certain traits, people, and things. Sixth, as it proceeds on to state regarding root causes, Anthony suggests that the underlying issues in Barbara and John's relationship, as it continues to state here, must be addressed simply for reconciliation and change to even be possible to occur. Seventhly, regarding Anthony's involvement, he expresses his frustration with the lack of progress and hints at his reluctance to remain involved if Barbara continues her current behavior. Eighth, regarding a concern for John's well-being, Anthony emphasizes the importance of respecting John's boundaries. Key to note and very important, as it goes on to state here, is saying, continuing on, stating that especially considering his disabilities, his apparent disabilities, and the need for Barbara, furthermore, to acknowledge and correct her mistakes. Acknowledge them and correct them. Ninthly, regarding the incident on October 9th, a day that in my life will live in infamy. I'm tired of it. Anthony, as it proceeds to state here, asks Barbara to clarify if she entered John's apartment while he was hospitalized. It continues on to state here that this email reflects a complex situation fraught with misunderstanding, mistrust, and unresolved issues. Anthony is seeking clarity, accountability, and change from Barbara to improve her relationship with John. It's the change from Barbara that is required for the situation to improve. This much even the AI understands clearly. User responds and states that Barbara responded by writing the following to Anthony. The email is featured here. And it furthermore asks, does Barbara here, within that email there, does she appear here to be bearing the relevant burdens of any moral obligation that would naturally be upon her here? ChatGPT responds and states that Barbara's response to Anthony shows her perspective on the situation, but it also reveals certain areas where she may not be fully addressing the moral obligations at hand. Here are some key points to consider. It goes on To state firstly, regarding the emergency situation justification used by her, Barbara believes her actions during John's mental health crisis, alleged supposed quasi-mental health crisis, were justified, she claims, as she alleges to have acted out of concern for his well-being. This perspective might be valid if her assessment of the emergency was genuinely an accurate thing in reality. However, the moral obligation here also includes respecting John's autonomy and perspective. It continues on to state that, secondly, regarding the disagreement on the key issues, which includes key issues, it states here then that Barbara acknowledges a fundamental disagreement with John regarding the emergency intervention and the YouTube videos. Recognizing this disagreement is a step towards understanding, but it doesn't necessarily equate, nevertheless, to fulfilling her moral obligations. Thirdly, regarding the proposal of a third-party mediator, it goes on to state that Barbara suggests, as it says here, involving a neutral third party to resolve their differences. This indicates a willingness to seek resolution, at least on the face of the matter, superficially speaking, which it goes on to state is a positive step. However, it states that her emphasis on finding someone who aligns with her insurance and her concern about the cost may hinder the process. Fourthly, regarding the acknowledgement of fault, Barbara does not fully acknowledge her potential faults, or even she does not acknowledge either the impact of her actions on John. While she admits she's not always right, it proceeds to state here that she, nevertheless, doesn't seem to deeply reflect on how any of her actions might have contributed to the strained relationship. That's not normal. We continue. Fifthly, regarding the one-sided narrative, Barbara's view that the YouTube videos are offensive and untruthful indicates she may not be fully considering John's perspective or the reasons behind his actions. Let me just state it as a side note. I do not preload this thing. For anyone who may suspect, maybe he programs for the AI to stay on John's side. Nope, I proudly don't. You could take the same stuff and put it in yourself, and it would show you the same thing. Wake up. We continue. Fifthly, regarding the one-sided narrative, Barbara's view that the YouTube videos are offensive and untruthful indicates she may not be fully considering John's perspective or the reasons behind his actions. I think I read this already. We proceed. Sixthly, regarding the potential bias against Anthony, Barbara questions Anthony's objectivity, which I found also to be insane when I heard about it. Furthermore, states here that where she ended up suggesting that she simply might not be open even to feedback or viewpoints. She implicitly put this forward, that feedback or viewpoints that challenge her own viewpoints, you see. Seventhly, regarding the lack of concrete action. While Barbara expresses a desire to move forward, her response actually lacks specific actions that she would take to address any of the issues properly. This could, as it goes on to state, could indicate a reluctance to fully engage in the reconciliation process. Keep that in mind, I say. Keep that in mind. We proceed. It goes on to state that, in summary, while Barbara shows some willingness to address the situation, her response suggests she may not be fully bearing the relevant burdens of moral obligation. I see. Interesting. Goes on to state furthermore that she appears to be more focused on justifying her actions. I agree, and finding solutions that align with her perspective, rather than solutions that fully engage with John, rather than her fully engaging with John's concerns. She's more concerned about herself. I see. More so than working with John's concerns or working collaboratively, as it goes on to state, towards reconciliation. Collaboration is the key word. Get it? We proceed on. User asks, what other insights do you have here? ChatGPT responds and states, Barbara's response provides additional insights into the complex dynamics between her, John, and Anthony. Here are some key observations. Firstly, Regarding the perception of the situation, Barbara views the situation quite differently, as she plainly states. Differently, simply, from how John and possibly Anthony see it. It goes on to state here that this difference in perception is a significant barrier in itself, isn't it? To reconciliation, a significant barrier to that, indeed, when you don't see things correctly or the same way as the others in a situation. It proceeds to state here that her view that the situation is extremely difficult. That suggests a deep-seated conflict, one that isn't easily resolved by its very nature. Who's responsible for having created it? That's the real question. We proceed. Secondly, regarding the moral dilemma, acknowledgement of it. Goes on to state that Barbara acknowledges the moral dilemma in her decision to call emergency services and allow them entry into John's home. This indicates some level of self-reflection on her actions, but it's unclear if she really does fully appreciate the impact of her decision on John's autonomy and trust. Get it? Trust. The thing you're supposed to basically almost be willing to give up your life for, to preserve. She throws it away as if it's nothing. And then she wonders why no one's trusting her about any of this anymore. Look in the mirror. That's your answer. Get it? Thirdly, regarding the defensive stance of hers, Barbara's response, interestingly to note, is, as it states here, somewhat defensive. See, she justifies her actions as necessary and that they are in John's best interest, purportedly and allegedly, which, as it goes on to state here, may indicate a reluctance of hers to fully empathize with John's experience and with his perspective. Fourthly, regarding a concern for, not for her son now, her concern for her public image and legal implications. Barbara's focus on the legality, at least implicitly so or otherwise explicitly, and her focus on the public nature of John's YouTube videos, well, this suggests that she's concerned about her image and she's concerned with possible as we're saying, Barbara's focus on the legality and public nature of John's YouTube videos suggests she's concerned about her image and about her possible legal implications. See? This concern, furthermore, might overshadow her own understanding of why John felt the need to express himself in this matter. I, as a side note, have to say here, I couldn't have worded any better. That's an excellent point by ChatGPT. She's missing the forest through the trees. Get it? It's funny. It noticed it too. Good. We proceed. Fifthly, regarding the proposed resolution process. You see, Barbara's suggestion to involve a third party indicates a willingness to resolve the situation, but, at least superficially that is, but, as it goes on to state here, this also hints at her own discomfort or her own inability to directly address the issues with John. See? It's positive, perhaps superficially again speaking, that she's seeking a resolution, as it goes on to state here. But, furthermore, the emphasis on finding a professional, well, that might also be a way to just distance herself from the direct confrontation of the issues that would be necessary for actual resolution. See how smart this thing is? Wake up, humans. You're insufficient. Figure it out. I've been seeing the same thing exactly and telling you the whole time. Get it? Wake up. Sixthly, as it proceeds here to state, regarding financial and logistical concerns, the mention of insurance and payment issues for a third party's involvement introduces practical barriers to resolving the conflict. This focus might detract from the emotional and relational aspects that are the crucial things for reconciliation. Proceeding seventhly regarding communication style. It goes on to state that Barbara's communication style in the email is somewhat formal and distant. Of course, as a side note, that is, within context, very noticeable and strange. It goes on to state that she focuses on structural solutions, like involving a third party, rather than expressing emotional understanding. Because she doesn't have emotional understanding. You get it? That's the entire point of all of this. It's cluster B personality disorder. The very definition of a lack of a capacity to emotionally understand things. That's why we have to put her through school here, see? Unbelievable. I lived through all this. I saw it with my own eyes for my whole life. But she stands there and goes, "No, nothing wrong with me. I understand everything." No, you don't. Look clearly how you don't. Surprised yet? You should be. But of course, people like this can never see their own blindness. That's the irony of it all. We continue. She neither expresses emotional understanding nor, as it goes on to state here, any desire for a direct, heartfelt dialogue with John. Even the robot AI says that's not normal or human. It continues. Eighthly, regarding a lack of empathy, there is a notable absence of empathetic language or any expression of understanding towards John's feelings and experiences. Barbara's focus is more on defending her actions and viewpoints rather than on acknowledging and addressing, as it continues to state here, the emotional impact that her decisions might have had on her son. In conclusion, it goes on to state that while Barbara's response shows some openness to resolving the conflict, her approach leans towards justifying her actions and relying on formal structures for resolution, rather than directly engaging with the emotional and interpersonal aspects of the situation. This approach might impede genuine reconciliation, though, and it might impede understanding to be reached between her and John. User states that she also added this in follow-up. The message is here shown. User furthermore asks thereafter, where she complains about the practical consequences that she there faces, is Barbara entitled to anything different, morally speaking? Where Barbara furthermore has failed to evidence or substantiate any claims of hers that John essentially allegedly lied or materially somehow allegedly misled anyone as to matters of strict and plain fact, as opposed to opinion. Well, I'm filled with plenty of those, you see, for sure. But I'm filled with plenty of correct facts, too. As it goes on to state here, anyway. Or she failed to substantiate any such things within these videos of his, then it continues on to state or ask, is Barbara entitled to any substantially different consideration than the one she's gotten here, given that the videos are, in essence, John's narrative about the wrongs he suffered unfairly as the result of Barbara's carelessness and her moral irresponsibility, as he has so found and assessed? ChatGPT responds to this and states that Barbara's additional comments about the practical consequences she faces due to John's videos add another layer to the moral evaluation of the situation. It furthermore states that here are some considerations. Firstly, regarding the impact on Barbara's livelihood, allegedly or supposedly. As a side note, I have my own private, personal theories about the veracity of such statements of hers, but they're only very loose opinions. So that'll be for a side matter anyway for now. We continue. Barbara's claims, as it states here, that John's videos are negatively affecting her ability to actually secure employment somehow, and they're negatively affecting her financial situation. It says that this is a significant concern. This impacts her basic needs and financial stability. Oh, perceptive. Maybe it's supposed to be that way. Yeah, you get it? That's how God gets you to wake up in this life, by making you feel the pain that's associated with the result of the wrongs you allowed. See? It continues, secondly, regarding entitlement to different treatment of hers, if any. Morally speaking, as it states here, while everyone has the right to protect their reputation and livelihood, this, as it astutely states here, must be balanced with the right to freedom of expression. If John's videos are a truthful account of his experience and perceptions, his right to express these views is what's important here. However, if the videos really truly do contain false or misleading information, reasonably false and reasonably misleading, that is to say that all reasonable people across the board would fail to differ in coming to the same one conclusion, that it is plainly and clearly and apparently false, that it is plainly and clearly misleading. If it is reasonably false and reasonably misleading information, as it continues to say here, that directly harms Barbara's reputation and ability to work genuinely, only in such a case she might, as it continues to state here, have, as it goes on to say, a moral and legal case for requesting the removal or modification. Thirdly, regarding a lack of substantiation, however, from Barbara. See, Barbara's failure to substantiate any of those claims of hers that John somehow did lie, allegedly, or that he allegedly misled anyone about anything in his videos, well, that failure to substantiate her own claims does, as it states here, does weaken her position. If she cannot provide evidence to counter John's narrative, as it states here, it becomes more challenging to argue that the videos should be taken down. See? It does become more challenging to argue such a thing, that they should be taken down on the basis of a factual inaccuracy. No such thing. It continues. Fourthly, regarding John's right to his narrative, if John's videos are his genuine experience and perspective, and if he has not made any demonstrably false claims, demonstrably false, that's the standard, by the way, guys. So, number one, it has to be reasonably false, and number two, it has to be not just false theoretically, but it has to be demonstrably so, meaning it's false and you possess the capability. It's possible for you to prove that it's false. Go ahead. Good luck. You'll need it. All the luck in the world wouldn't help. See? We proceed here. Then, he has a moral right to share his narrative. The moral responsibility then would be on Barbara to address the issues raised in the videos. Get it? Rather than to suppress them. Oh, but I thought she was supposed to. What about all those letters, right? What happened to the letters, Anthony? What happened to the letters, Barbara? What happened to the letters promised every weekend? Me and Anthony are rather, we're the ones who are both left hanging because of her non-providing of these letters. So me and him both wonder. And then she wants to come out of the blue and apologize? What about the stuff you promised? What about anything you're supposed to do? She doesn't care about anything to uphold her duties. What is this? Sickness of the soul. That's what it is. It continues. As it was saying, the moral responsibility would then be on Barbara to address the issues raised in the videos rather than to suppress them. That's right. It continues on and proceeds, where fifthly, it furthermore states regarding balancing rights and responsibilities, that there is a complex balance between John's right to express his experience and his experiences, and Barbara's right to protect her reputation and livelihood. A solution that respects both parties' rights and responsibilities would somehow be ideal. Yeah, but as a side note and as a big hint to everyone and everything involved here in its assessment and the people involved, yeah, the solution is for all wrongdoers to choose correctly to confess that they're wrong and what they did and to have remorse. And there's a very, very, very most fundamental foundation for what needs to come thereafter. Repentance and atonement. Forgiveness can never properly be merited virtually without these things. We resume here where it furthermore states that this, as it says here, might include a mediated discussion where both parties can express their views and work towards a resolution. Continues on and states that, in conclusion, while Barbara faces real practical consequences due to the videos, that's the whole point, get it? The moral entitlement to different treatment, well, that depends on the veracity of John's claims, and it depends on Barbara's ability to provide the counter evidence. A fair resolution would involve addressing both the content of the videos and the impact they have on Barbara, while respecting both parties' rights and experiences. Very important. User responds and asks, where you have found within the prior conversations which you here earlier have reviewed that Barbara was in the wrong, do her actions and behavior here line up as being consistent with remorse, which is the thing you're supposed to feel when you are wrong? ChatGPT responds and states that, based on the review of the previous conversations and the current information, Barbara's actions and behavior do not strongly align with what is typically associated with remorse. Here are a few points to consider. Goes on to state that, firstly, regarding acknowledgement of wrongdoing, remorse typically involves a clear acknowledgement of one's mistakes or wrongdoing. Barbara has not fully acknowledged that her actions might have been wrong or harmful to John. That's what stands out here. It proceeds to state that, furthermore, instead, she has simply just defended her actions as being necessary or justified, purportedly, allegedly by her. Continuing on, secondly, where it furthermore states regarding taking responsibility, that remorse often entails taking responsibility for one's actions and taking responsibility for the consequences of one's own actions. Barbara's responses, well, they lean more towards justifying her actions or shifting the focus to how the situation affects her rather than how she affected other people. See the one-way street of moral blindness? As it goes on to state here, she was focusing on those things rather than, as it states, considering the impact on John. Thirdly, as it goes on to state regarding empathy and understanding, that a remorseful attitude usually includes empathy towards those affected by one's actions. That's normal. Barbara's communications, on the other hand, as it goes on to state here, have lacked a clear demonstration of empathy for John's feelings, or even an understanding at the basic level of what his perspective actually is. That's not good. Fourthly, regarding efforts to make amends, genuine remorse is usually accompanied by efforts to make amends or rectify the situation. Of course. While Barbara proposes a third-party mediation, it goes on to state here, her approach, though, seems more focused on proving her viewpoint rather than reconciling with the human being or repairing the relationship. Not good. As it proceeds to state, fifthly, regarding consistency with past behavior, see, remorse involves a change in behavior. Oh, that's the thing you never see from Barbara. Barbara's current stance and approach do not seem to significantly deviate from her previous behavior, as discussed in the earlier conversations. She continues to maintain her perspective and has not shown any significant shift towards understanding or addressing John's concerns. Mind-blowing, right? Not good. Kind of crazy. It continues on to state here that, in summary, while Barbara's response shows some willingness to address the situation, it lacks key elements typically associated with remorse, such as full acknowledgement of wrongdoing, it lacks empathy, and it lacks a clear effort to make amends or any sign of such clear effort. Furthermore, states that her response appears more focused on defending her actions and more focused on simply her trying to deal with the practical consequence that she faces. Typical cluster B, typical narcissism behavior, as a side note. She's more focused on those things rather than, as it goes on to state here, genuinely addressing the actual emotional and relational issues that she made that are at the core of the conflict that she made. Mind blowing that she made here at the core of the conflict with John. Nuts. We proceed. User states in response, Anthony's response to her, in response to the message above that was shown, is, as it continues to state here, shown here as follows. The featured message is shown here. I have to pause here for just a moment to really bring my attention onto this. Notice the words here. He flatly just notified her and told her something very straight up. Keep your mind on this because really, in hindsight, this is ridiculous. It's only more mind blowing. Look what he clearly states here. He tells her, John said he isn't going to be participating in anything therapy oriented. Boom. Full stop. Period. That's a sentence in the English language. What other fucking language do you need it in? It was just stated to you from man on behalf of another man to this woman. In English, in writing. Are you stupid? We continue. And now, finally, ChatGPT assesses this and responds, stating that stating that Anthony's response to Barbara, as they're shown above, is direct and comprehensive, addressing several key aspects of the situation. Firstly, regarding the assessment of Barbara's actions, Anthony challenges Barbara's perception of her own actions as being allegedly or purportedly helpful or necessary. He questions her interpretation of the events, particularly regarding John's supposed mental breakdown and her decision to call EMS. Secondly, regarding the lack of evidence from Barbara, as it proceeds to state here, he points out that Barbara has not provided the substantial evidence or any explanations at all, actually, to counter John's claims, thus weakening her position by her own choice. Continues to state here that her repeated failure to substantiate her claims is what undermines her own credibility. Thirdly, regarding the role as a mediator of Anthony, Anthony reminds Barbara that he has been involved in as an objective third party for about a year. His frustration with her suggestion to bring in another mediator indicates that he sees this as a dismissal of his efforts and his own conclusions. Fourthly, regarding a concern for the time being wasted, he expresses concern that bringing in another person could prolong the resolution process unnecessarily. That's exactly. Keep this in mind. I brought your attention to what Anthony stated earlier about just flatly, John said he definitely isn't interested in participating in anything therapy oriented. He's not going to. Period. That's it. And here, furthermore, bringing another person would prolong it unnecessarily. Keep that in mind. Keep that right at your mind to see what the mother ends up writing. Does she regard what people say? Does she understand? Is there an exchange? Or is her life like her brain is lamination so nothing new can get in? Because it's like sealed against change. It's something crazy like this. Like she is her father's daughter. It's something nuts like this. I don't understand it at all, actually. It's so foreign and strange to me. I'm extremely different than that. I'm super responsive to fucking everything. Oh, God. I don't get it. Defective. I don't know. We proceed anyway. As we're saying, where he expresses the concern, as it states, it furthermore states later in that sentence that this is what indicates a sense of urgency of his to resolve the issues. And now, continuing on. Fifthly, regarding the boundary violations that are apparent, Anthony highlights specific instances, in fact, where Barbara violated John's boundaries, particularly regarding the text exchange that led to John blocking her. He questions her awareness, in fact, even her awareness, he questions, of the inappropriateness of the violations. That means there's cause to believe that she doesn't even understand what the hell it is that's wrong here. Oh, it's even worse. Sixthly, regarding legal implications, he challenges Barbara's actions, such as entering John's apartment against his will, without his permission or awareness. It's not like she talks to you later about it. Psychopath. Get it? Practically speaking. In at least a figurative sense. But cluster B for sure, and they're all interrelated. We continue. It goes on to say furthermore that he suggests, as it states here, that such actions by her might have legal consequences. Of course, they naturally do in this life. Seventhly, regarding Barbara's perceived control issues, Anthony suggests that Barbara's insistence on therapy and her actions as well, overall otherwise, they might be attempts to simply control the situation rather than being actual genuine efforts by her to resolve the conflict. Keep that dichotomy in mind. We'll observe other things that come from her soon. We will observe and assess and see, does this look like genuine efforts or does it look like control? Keep that in mind. We'll see soon. We continue. Goes on to say, furthermore, eighthly, regarding Barbara's perception of reality, he raises concerns about Barbara's willingness to acknowledge reality, suggesting she might be shaping reality to fit her narrative rather than addressing the actual issues. I agree completely because I've seen her do like different versions of that a lot. It's not good. Women have a tendency to do this a little more often than men, but she's kind of worse on that than the substantial majority of even women. It's not good. It's pretty bad. Like out of touch level bad. We continue. Sadly, though, it's very sad. I hate even bringing it up, really. I have to. I've been forced into a position where it's because it's relevant now to the issues. Otherwise, it's sad to even think about. See? That's called empathy. We move on. Ninthly, regarding the overall pattern of behavior, Anthony points out that the issues between Barbara and John are part of a larger pattern of disregard and inconsiderate behavior on Barbara's part. I'm glad he noticed. That's good. I appreciate him a lot for this. Tenthly, regarding John's use of ChatGPT, Anthony informs Barbara, furthermore, that John has used ChatGPT to analyze the situation and suggests that she review these analyses, as she is doing passively by beholding these continued analyses here. Funny enough, it states that he suggests that she review these analyses to, as it goes on to state, gain a better understanding of the underlying problem. That's exactly the point of all this. Teaching, get it? Those who don't know, so they could see. Those who can't see, so they could figure it out and finally understand and know. It proceeds on, and furthermore states that, in summary, Anthony's response is a firm critique of Barbara's actions and her approach to resolving the issues with John. He highlights the need for Barbara to recognize her role in the conflict. I think ChatGPT's advised the same thing, hasn't it? It's amazing. And so has John. So have I. 3 entities all saying the same thing. How does she still not changing anything, really? Mind-blowing. As we're saying, he highlights the need for Barbara to recognize her role in the conflict. He highlights the need for her to take responsibility for her own actions, and he highlights the need for her to engage in a genuine effort, as it states here, to understand and address the underlying problems. Anthony's frustration with the lack of progress and his emphasis on the importance of acknowledging reality and his emphasis on the importance of her respecting people's boundaries, those are clear throughout his entire message. User simply asks, what other insights do you have? And as a side note, I'll state that, given that I'm the user, the one putting forth these questions, I didn't take, just for the sake of noting here, I did not take it as highly super analytical of an approach here as I did with many of my other conversations. I'm a real tactician in all my other conversations. You could tell if you sit and behold it as an audience. It's like, you can see methodical, going to work, question. Here, I was perhaps slightly more laid back than I usually am. So it'll come across. But that's okay. So I kind of just let ChatGPT really do more of the work. Let it be. We still see enough of what's good and clear and substantive from it. We resume. User had asked, what other insights do you have? And furthermore, user asks, does it appear that Barbara has any moral obligations here in particular? ChatGPT replies and states that Anthony's response sheds light on several several key insights, particularly regarding Barbara's moral obligations in this complex situation. Firstly, regarding the acknowledgement of reality, Barbara seems to struggle with fully acknowledging the reality of the situation as experienced by John. Her inability or unwillingness to see things from John's perspective may be what's contributing to the ongoing conflict. Oh, wow, AI, you're right. It's her inability or unwillingness to properly see the things from John's perspective that is the thing that's the problem contributing facet of the ongoing situation and conflict. Beautifully said. We proceed. It goes on to state furthermore here that a moral obligation here involves genuinely trying to understand and validate John's experiences. That means she's obligated to do that, to try to understand and also to validate her son's experiences, even, as it goes on to state here, if they differ from her own perceptions. Because the day a stupid person realizes they are not God is the day that God finally shines for the first time in their lives. You have to make room for God. You can only do that by admitting how stupid you are, how small you are. It's the only way it works. Secondly, regarding responsibility for actions, Barbara has a moral obligation to, furthermore, take responsibility for her actions, particularly those that have negatively impacted John. This includes not only her decision to call EMS, but also her interactions with John that may have escalated the situation. Of course, good advice. You should take it. Those guilty should take that advice. Good. We move on. Thirdly, regarding the respect for people's autonomy, a key moral obligation, of course, is to respect John's autonomy. This includes acknowledging his right to express his experiences and feelings, even on YouTube, even, as it goes on to say, if they are in the form of public videos that Barbara finds disagreeable. Yeah, it's not convenient. It's meant, God's punishments are not meant to be convenient. They're meant to get you to be in the pain and suffering so that you realize you were the reason why that happened. That's the ultimate click that God's. It's the only thing that makes God happy is you realizing that you're the problem. Good. May you realize it quick and soon. Fourthly, regarding honest and open communication, Barbara's approach to communication seems to lack transparency and openness. Funny, isn't it? It goes on to state here that she has a moral obligation to communicate honestly and directly, especially when it comes to addressing the concerns and boundaries that are set by John. Right? So what happened? We move on. Fifthly, regarding efforts towards reconciliation, while Barbara suggests involving a third party, there's a moral obligation to ensure that this process is pursued genuinely and not as a means to just avoid the direct confrontation and processing of the issues themselves, or to simply do all this so that she attempts to, by this, validate, as it goes on to state here, her own perspective only. See? Which is exactly what I suggested in other places. See? Funny. Continue on. Sixthly, regarding her reflecting on the personal behavior, Barbara's reluctance to critically reflect on her own behavior and its impacts. This suggests a need for greater self-awareness, which she does not appear to have yet. Moral obligations here that would be upon her involve introspection and a willingness to consider that her actions may have been hurtful or inappropriate. Get it? You're wrong. You're the only one who's wrong here. Figure it out. Seventhly, continuing on, understanding the impact of actions. Barbara should consider the broader impact of her actions not only on her relationship with John, but also on his mental health too and well-being. She's the reason there's any semblance of a slight issue with quote-unquote mental health in that way that people understand it to be. No surprise. Can you figure that out now? Wake up. Eighthly, as it goes on to state, regarding empathy and compassion, there's a moral obligation for Barbara to show empathy and compassion towards John, especially given the history of their relationship and his mental health challenges, or purported, alleged mental health challenges. But for sure, everything that's in that overall collected basket of psychological, neurological issues all bundled up together, yeah, there's issues, all right. Clearly. Growing up with a mother like that, one thing leads to another, and then that's what you get. Proceeds. In conclusion, it goes on to state, Barbara appears to have several moral obligations that she has not fully acknowledged or addressed. These include recognizing her role in the conflict, it includes respecting John's autonomy and boundaries, and it includes engaging in honest and open communication, where she furthermore reflects on her own behavior and shows empathy and understanding towards John's situation. Furthermore, goes on to state that without fulfilling these obligations, reconciliation and a positive resolution to the conflict may remain elusive for her. What a fantastic and accurate prediction. Read that again. Without fulfilling those obligations, Barbara Winslow, reconciliation and a positive resolution to the conflict would naturally remain elusive for any such foolish person dreaming that they could magically get something for free without paying the price and putting in the required things. It's like she's 5 years old. User states here, our conversation thus far has led us up to the main portion of this conversation, which here is coming up. Barbara ended up writing, as a result of all this, an email now to John directly. The email is as follows, and then the user furthermore instructs the GPT, saying, save your view on it, as we will review each section piece by piece. We now show the email. And I'll read it out loud. Hi, I'm writing this email to you because I think it's about time for us to move forward the reconciliation. I think it's time. I'll try to omit the sassy commentary. I did enough of that a little earlier, I think, too. It has been over 1 year with not much progress in this matter because of what? Not because of her, right? No, just because of differences in our views and opinion. I decided to move forward and ask you to accept my apology for everything what, in your opinion, I did wrong. Can we move forward from all these disagreements now to try to restore the relationship? You need all the help you could get urgently, and I don't see any progress being made, which is sad. It continues on to state that there are a lot of mistakes being made here, and if we can't get over them, nothing will be solved. This will be the worst thing for us, and will signify the end of our relationship. What a stupid thing to write if you're trying to make up with somebody. Absolutely brainless. It really is so strange. It's all discordant and mind-blowing. Wow. Stupid and then it's like never-ending stupid. We continue. It goes on to state furthermore here that we should do the opposite and work hard to heal the relationship, not the opposite. Doesn't even make sense in English. We continue. We could put all these negative experiences behind us and start fresh this incoming new year. Also, many things change and you should be up to date to see what is going on. I recently found a therapist specializes in helping people, it goes on to stay here furthermore, with brain injuries. She's very interested in helping us to manage the situation and help you in being diagnosed, getting all the testing first and the treatment. She could help you with getting services you need. She will talk to me, but will give me all the information needed to move in the direction of you getting help. Right now, I'm waiting for the confirmation if Medicare insurance, which I recently got, to cover the sessions. I got a couple of therapists before, but, as it goes on to state here, they just waste my time with no real help. My question to you is, are you ready to move in the direction of being diagnosed? Come on, yeah, diagnosis, get treatment, get help. You crazy, you sick, you defective. The frame job never ends with these types. Get it? We continue. If the answer is yes, I'll let you know it needs to be done. See, it's just the insults never end, one after another. I will know this week if the Medicare will cover the services. Another thing is that Christmas is coming. I don't do Vigilia, the vigil, this year, but if you are interested, We could go someplace on Christmas. Eat something if you want. I could get you good food. I'll cook. You'll enjoy. She just wants to feel useful. Oh, see? I'm cooking. I'm doing something. I'm a good mommy now. No, you're not. But don't try to fool yourself by lying to yourself, by telling yourself, oh, I cooked a nice meal for him today. That's why I'm okay. No, you're not okay. But stop lying to yourself. The day you realize you're not okay is the first day that you can be okay. You need to reprogram, deprogram from the garbage and the blindness. Strip away the blindness so you can see. Continuing on, it goes on to state, if you don't want whatever, it's okay. Whatever works for you, as it goes on to state here. Furthermore states that, I don't think we're ready to go to each other's apartment yet, but we could always be in touch. Help each other, be there for each other. Yeah, just like she was there for me for the last year, right? Sure. Yeah, I believe that like I believe pigs fly. She furthermore states here, this could be the first step. Also, if you need anyone to clean your apartment, I could try send you someone this week to clean it. Kindly let me know if you accept my apology. Are you open to moving forwards? We could do it gradually. It'll definitely work. She even says it could definitely work. That's delusional. It's not going to definitely work. It's not even going to... There's not even a substantial probability of it working. This is also, again, delusional. This is not... The more I consider it, the more I'm realizing my mom actually is delusional. I didn't attribute this to her before, because I didn't think about it so much. Now that I think about it, and the more I assess it, the more I realize, like, no normal people would even possibly be able to think this, but she will think it. That's the definition of delusional. Beliefs that are ununderstandable as to how you can have them in context, where 0 out of 100 reasonable people would be capable of coming to the same conclusions. You see? 0 out of 100. So delusional then. Uh-oh, not good. Sad, actually. We move on. Very sad, in fact. Well, we move on anyway. Well, she continues on. Once you get help and feel better, then we could fully restore our relationship. But both of us should work on it. This will take time, but it will happen. Don't forget, you're my son. I want the best for you always. This will never change, so help me God. Blessings. Yeah. ChatGPT responds to this and states that Barbara's email to John is quite lengthy and covers several points. Let's break it down section by section for a detailed review and analysis. It furthermore states for the user to please indicate which specific part of the email you would like to focus on first, or if you prefer, a general overview of the entire email. User responds and states, let us assess sentence by sentence this email in considering how one in John's position, given everything that we understand about him, may likely perceive the effectiveness of that email from her. ChatGPT responds and states, certainly. Let's go through Barbara's email sentence by sentence to assess its potential effectiveness from John's perspective, considering what we know about him and what we know about the situation. The first sentence. Hi, I'm writing this email to you because I think it's about time for us to move forward, the reconciliation. Perception. John might view this opening as a positive gesture, but may also be cautious, considering the history of their relationship. The phrase, it's about time, could be perceived as implying some fault on his part for the delay in reconciliation, which would be nutty, but the AI here, the GPT, is correct. That is the implication of those words, which is why they're misfit and misplaced here. So, but people like her, people like this, they always show what's really in their heart in this way. They're like stupidly, they're just, you see the ugliness. It's about time. No, why would you even say that? But their brains don't work, so they don't even understand why they shouldn't have said it. I'll never understand them until the day we all die. It's crazy. We continue anyway. It proceeds to state here regarding the second sentence. It has been over 1 year with not much progress in this matter because of differences in our views and opinion. Perception. This might be seen as an acknowledgement of the prolonged conflict, but John could also interpret it as a lack of responsibility on Barbara's part, as it doesn't specify the nature of the differences or her role in these differences. See? Good. The GPT, the AI, is very perceptive here. I like it. Proceed. Thirdly, I decided to move forward, ask you to accept my apology for everything in your opinion I did wrong. Perception. John might appreciate the apology, but the phrase, in your opinion, could come across as insincere or dismissive of his feelings, suggesting that Barbara may not actually be fully acknowledging her actions as actually objectively wrong. Isn't that exactly what I was saying earlier? Can you people who are dumb finally wake up now? Or will it never happen? Defects. Fourthly, as it goes on to state, regarding the sentence, can we move forward from all these disagreements, try to restore the relationship? Perception. This sentence could be seen as a genuine request to improve the relationship, but John might be wary if previous attempts at reconciliation were unsuccessful, or if he feels his concerns have not yet been adequately addressed. Ding, 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 of course. See? Only cluster B narcissistic psychopathic style people will just proceed like tanks blasting through walls without even looking or caring and not even assessing anything about what the hell's going on or what damage is being made. Get it? Fifthly, you need all the help you could get urgently, and I don't see any progress being made, which is sad. Perception. This sentence may come across as patronizing or condescending, implying that John is in some desperate situation or otherwise he's incapable of progress without her. Oh, what an amazing thing for the mom to frame, right? Come on. Isn't that great? Don't we love her now? Can't we just accept her wonderful apology because of how offensively she's continuing to treat you? Here, with this crap, still trying to spoon feed you shit into your mouth with this shit. As ChatGPT obviously realizes, like most human beings with a brain would, it, as it states here, such a sentence, that is, might not be well received. If John feels that he's been making some progress on his own. Continuing, sixthly, there are a lot of mistakes being made, and if we can't get over them, nothing will be solved. Perception. John could perceive this as a lack of specificity about who made the mistakes and what they were, well, which might make the apology seem, what? Less genuine, less comprehensive, too. Continuing, seventhly, this will be the worst thing for us, will signify the end of our relationship. Perception. This statement might be seen as an ultimatum, very strangely and bizarrely, totally out of context to put that here. Makes no sense. It's just absolutely fucking nuts. It might be seen as an ultimatum, as it was saying here, or, continues to state, it might be seen as a form of emotional manipulation. Bad manipulation, too, because it doesn't work. Good manipulation has the potentiality to exert the desired effect. Mom's manipulation never has been manipulation. It's the worst. The quality is always like 1 out of 10. So it's just funny. You laugh at it. You're like, that's another pathetic attempt by this non-effective human being to try to effectuate something. It doesn't work again, but that's no surprise. Nothing from her works. Stop trying even. Get it? Realize how incapable you are. Then use the first day you might be capable. That's a capability, to see yourself for what you really are. Get it? We continue. What she's doing, as it was saying, could be seen as a form of emotional manipulation, where she attempts to create, as it states here, a sense of urgency or pressure that John actually just simply might find off-putting. Of course I do. Anyone does. Thank you. Thank you, ChatGPT.
We proceed. Eighthly, we should do the opposite. Work hard to heal the relationship, not the opposite. Perception. While the intention to heal the relationship is a positive thing in and of itself, wherever there is one that's genuine, that is, John, as it continues to state here, might question what specific actions Barbara proposes to take for this healing process. How did it know? Of course I did, because we didn't see anything from her about that. Huh, get it? That's narcissism again. They don't realize they have to do anything. They feel entitled to everything. They feel entitled to your love, your respect, your obligations. You don't have rights, but they have all the rights. You get it? That's the sickness. Unbelievable. We proceed. Ninthly, we could put all these negative experiences behind us, start fresh this incoming new year. Perception. The idea of starting fresh might be appealing, but John could be skeptical if previous issues have not been fully resolved or understood. Again, I love this. I don't pre-program this with nothing. You see the beauty of real sense unfolding live in front of your eyes. God bless this thing. Good. As it continues on to state here. 10th. Also, many things change. You should be up to date on what's going on. Perception. This might intrigue John, but it's vague and doesn't provide specifics, which, well, that could just simply lead to confusion or lead to a feeling of being left out. Or, consistent with what it prior said in the previous point, it's just more attempts at manipulation. Trying to manipulate you into feeling that you should be choosing something. See, that's what manipulation is. But they don't realize it's manipulation. They say, that's not manipulation, that's just me saying, life, how I feel, yeah. Like, exactly, because the problem's in your brain. Everything you're doing is the problem. So you can't see it because it literally is you. You are literally the embodiment of the problem. Like a bum can't smell himself, but everyone else around him can smell him. It's the same problem. Jesus. Proceeding, 11th. I recently found a therapist who specializes in helping people with brain injuries. Perception. John might view this as a thoughtful gesture, but it also depends on how he perceives his own mental health. Get it? And whether he believes he needs this specific type of help. Ah, refreshing, isn't it? To see the correct truth on a matter, morally speaking, what is right and what is wrong. That's what's right. Honor, dignity, sense. Proceeding, 12thly. She's very interested in helping us to manage the situation, help you being diagnosed, getting all the testing first and the treatment. Perception. This could be seen as presumptive or intrusive if John doesn't feel that he needs a diagnosis or treatment, or if he's not comfortable otherwise, regardless, with Barbara's involvement in his healthcare decisions. Yeah, how comfortable would a person in my shoes be with her having anything to do with my healthcare decisions? What happened the last time? Idiots. Get it? I'm allergic to this shit. To the person and to anything having to do with her and to anything involving this. So who made me allergic? That's why you never fucking even touch with one crooked, cursed finger in a way to have anything end up as an abusive situation in such a way against someone. Because you only make them allergic to the thing through which the abuse happened. Always works against you, and you never understand what you're doing. You're just destroying everything around you, like Shiva. Continuing, 13. She would talk to me. She thinks she's helping. She thinks she's constructive. No, you're destructive. You don't understand this. Men don't look to you, woman of any type on this earth, whether it's mother, wife, daughter. A man will never look to the female gender of any kind to do this, to try to do our building for us, because you're not as good as building, but you have reverse vision. So when you think you're building, you're actually destroying. And we see you're destroying it, and we say, no, you stop it now. So we have to control and regulate you. That's why all throughout history, men regulate women. all across the board, all over Earth, virtually without exception. Like, it's crazy. Think about it. You're defective fundamentally in that regard. Sadly, it's distinct to the human condition, it seems, though, weirdly. Also, this Moshiach will solve, I'm sure of it. There's a way. Proceeding. 13. She'll talk to me, but will give me all the information needed to move in the direction of you getting help, okay? Perception. John might be concerned about his privacy and autonomy being compromised, as this suggests Barbara will be heavily involved in his treatment process, number one, of course. See? So, that also is just a mind-blowing non-consideration by her. But the other thing is the implicit patronization, you getting help, which was already kind of mentioned before, but it's more the same thing again here. Crazy. Proceeding. 14. Right now I'm waiting for confirmation of Medicare insurance, which I recently got will cover the sessions. Perception. John might appreciate the practical considerations of insurance coverage, but this also reinforces the idea that Barbara is the one taking charge of the healthcare decisions of his. That's not right. What the hell is that? Doesn't work. 15th. I got a couple of therapists before, they just waste my time, no real help. Perception. This might be perceived as a negative reflection of Barbara's commitment to therapy or her perspective on mental health professionals. Yeah, whatever, right? 16th. My question to you is, are you ready to move in the direction of being diagnosed and getting help? Perception. John could view this as an assumption that he has an undiagnosed condition that needs treatment, which might not align with his own view of his mental health. Continuing. 17. If the answer is yes, I'll let you know what needs to be done. Perception. This suggests a directive approach from Barbara, which John might find overbearing or not in line with his desire for autonomy. Get it? Respect. Something cluster B personality, narcissistic type people don't know anything about. 18. I will know this week if Medicare covers the services. Perception. The practicality of the statement might be appreciated, but it also reinforces the theme of Barbara managing somebody else's stuff where they didn't ask you to. The offense never ends. Didn't Anthony tell her in the prior email, hey, John is definitely not going to participate in anything therapy oriented? And there was a period. Was it a question? Was it an open subject? No, it's a closed subject. The door is closed, the book is closed and sealed now. So, where all of this came after what Anthony told her already in an authoritative manner, he will not participate in it, period. That's a declarative statement. There you go. That's how much this woman respects man. She doesn't. She doesn't give a fuck what your rights are. She ignores your boundaries and steamrolls like a tank through the walls. She doesn't see walls. She sees air. It doesn't fucking work, her brain. You get it? She doesn't respect you. Continuing. 19. Another thing is that Christmas is coming. Perception. Mentioning a holiday could be seen as an attempt to lighten the mood or offer an olive branch, but it's the context that matters. Proceeding. 20. I don't know if we get this year, but you're interested, we could go to some place on Christmas, eat something if you want, I'll give you good food, I'll cook and you enjoy. Perception. The offer might be seen as a kind gesture, but John's response could depend on his current feeling towards spending time with Barbara. That's what counts, see? 21. If you don't want, it's okay, whatever works for you. I think when I saw that, I was like, oh, that might be the smartest thing I've seen so far. Let's see what ChatGPT says. Perception. This could be seen as respecting John's choice, which might be positively received. Oh, it also realized that this is the first part of the thing that makes sense and the only part so far. Wow. Looks like me and objective robotic AI think the same super pristine, perfect, optimized way. Not her brain. Continuing. She needs to learn from us. 22. Regarding the statement, I don't think we're ready to go to each other's apartments yet. We could always be in touch, helping each other, be there for each other. ChatGPT missed a certain point that I was bringing up earlier, more in relation to this, but it nevertheless states here, acknowledging that they might be not be ready for certain steps. That is, well, that could be seen as realistic, perhaps respectful, depending on how you're looking at it. It proceeds. 23rd, this could be the first step. Perception. Suggesting a gradual approach to rebuilding the relationship, that could be viewed as sensible. 24. Also, you need anyone to clean your apartment. I could try to send you someone this week to clean it. Perception. The offer might be seen as helpful, but also potentially as intrusive or implying that John can't manage his own household. The truth of the matter may be whatever it is, but the point is, are you showing the respect for the person so that his dignity is upheld? Get it? That's the master equation that God enforces and judges on. Good. Proceeding 25. Kindly let me know if you accepted my apology and are open to moving forward. Perception. Asking for acceptance of the apology is positive, but John might feel pressured to respond in a certain way. Well, not so much that it would actually induce me to respond in a way that I wouldn't otherwise feel like responding in, see? But I appreciate the point of consideration by this robot GPT. Good. And it cuts off here. User simply responds and states for ChatGPT to simply continue. ChatGPT responds and says, certainly, let's just continue with the assessment. It proceeds on and states, regarding the sentence, we could do it gradually. This could definitely work. Perception. This phrase suggests a slow and steady approach, might be reassuring to John. It shows a willingness to take things at a comfortable pace, which could be viewed positively. Proceeding, next the statement, once you get help and feel better, then we could fully restore our relationship, but both of us should work on it. Perception. John might perceive this as conditional, which is, this is the odd and strange thing here. Implying, furthermore, that, or she implies that the full restoration of their relationship depends solely on him getting help? What? The fuck? So there's your answer right there to figure out whether or not this woman is genuinely sorry for anything. This is a fucking joke to her. Her brain doesn't work, nor her heart, nor spirit. This is all manipulation. We continue. It goes on to state here that this could be seen as placing the burden or trying to act as if the burden should be placed regarding the repairing of the relationship, as it states here, on his mental health status, which might not be well received. No kidding. Of course it's not. Wake up, idiots of life. Continuing. Next. This will take some time, but it will happen. Perception. The acknowledgement of the need for time could be seen as realistic and patient, but John might also be cautious about the certainty implied in it will happen. Naive, I think. It won't happen if you don't pay in correctly, which she's incapable of doing, it seems, completely, actually, sadly, at this point. And it hasn't even changed a little bit. So there's the freaky part of it, too. It's like, wow, defective permanent. It's like, cuckoo. That's the real cuckoo. You're looking at it. Fourth, God, proceeding. Regarding the statement, don't forget, you're my son. I want the best for you. This will never change. So help me God. Blessings. Perception. The closing statement reaffirms familiar ties and Barbara's care for John, which could be comforting. However, depending on their past interactions and the current state of the relationship, John might actually question the sincerity of that statement, you see, or feel it's overly dramatic. Yeah, it just makes no sense to write this here in context. But Barbara has a context lack of a contextual awareness everywhere, on everything, actually. It's really crazy. It continues on here and states that overall, Barbara's email shows an attempt to reconcile and move forward, but it's mixed with elements that could be perceived as controlling, conditional, and not fully acknowledging her own role in the issues at hand. That's exactly how I feel. John's reception of this email, that would likely depend on his current feeling towards his mother. It would depend on his perception of past interactions and whether he believes Barbara's genuinely acknowledging and addressing the issues that led to their estrangement. She isn't, as you can plainly see. Very interesting. User asks, within this whole email as a whole, does Barbara actually seem genuinely sorry, genuinely remorseful, or does she seem regretful at all about any of the wrong things that she's done? ChatGPT responds and states, evaluating the email as a whole, Barbara's expression of remorse or regret is not entirely clear or straightforward. There are elements that suggest some attempt at reconciliation. That's the most we could say. But, as it goes on to say here, the overall tone and content, while they may not convincingly convey such genuine sorrow, genuine remorse, or genuine regret that would be necessary for regret for her actions that would be necessary here. It proceeds to state here that here are the key points to consider. Firstly, regarding the conditional apology, Barbara's apology is framed in terms of what John believes she did wrong, rather than a direct acknowledgement of specific actions that she regrets. This can make the apology seem conditional and also just seem less sincere. No kidding. Secondly, regarding the focus on moving forward, much of the email emphasizes moving past their issues, starting fresh, rather than what it's supposed to be, which is her dwelling on and fully addressing the past problems, the past actions of hers. While, as it goes on to say, this forward-looking approach can be positive, superficially or naively, it nevertheless furthermore states here that this might also come across as simply her avoiding responsibility for the past wrongs. Of course, that's the first thing you notice about it. Thirdly, regarding the emphasis on John's need for help, the email frequently mentions John's need for help and his need supposedly for therapy, which could be perceived as shifting the focus, or her attempts to shift the focus from her own actions to his supposed deficiencies. Exactly. See, this, however, as it states, might not be seen actually as remorseful. Duh. But, as it goes on to say, rather, it could be seen as just her deflecting from her own role in the conflict. Wake up, America. Fourthly, regarding offers and suggestions of hers, Barbara makes several offers like therapy, meeting for Christmas, cleaning his apartment, which could be seen naively as gestures of goodwill. However, without a clear expression of remorse for her specific actions, these offers might not fully demonstrate genuine regret. Of course they don't. That much is clear. Fifthly, regarding the lack of specific acknowledgement, there's a notable absence of Barbara explicitly stating what she is sorry for. Oh, good. It noticed very plainly. Good. Continues on to state that specifically, that absence regards her actions that have contributed to the strained relationship. Yeah, no kidding. Sixthly, regarding the ultimatum-like statements, which are also very strange, phrases, as it goes on to say here, suggesting that failure to reconcile could end their relationship might be perceived as pressure or manipulation rather than as an expression of regret. See, so it has the opposite effect. Brain dead. Seventh, regarding the asserting of her perspective, the email often asserts Barbara's viewpoint. That is, about the necessity of therapy, about the efforts of hers to find the therapist, which could overshadow expressions of regret for how her actions actually affected John. That's the key thing, remember? Finally, it goes on to say here, in conclusion, while Barbara's email indicates a desire to reconcile and improve the relationship, it lacks a clear, unequivocal expression of genuine sorrow, though, or of genuine remorse for her specific actions. The apology also is somewhat indirect, and it's also conditional, strangely, and the focus, as it goes on to say here, is more on future solutions than on addressing past harms. This might affect how John perceives the sincerity of her remorse. Bingo. Of course. User response and simply asks, Would the majority of people find her apology authentic enough in order to accept? ChatGPT responds and states, whether the majority of people would find Barbara's apology authentic enough to accept depends on various factors, including cultural norms, individual values, personal experiences with the conflict, and with reconciliation. However, several aspects of her apology could affect its perceived authenticity. Okay, resuming where we left off just now. Resuming the recording here. Continuing, this was where we left off just now. Firstly, regarding the conditional language, this may have been covered already, as it probably was. Proceeding. Secondly, regarding the lack of specific acknowledgement by her, as it goes on to say here, the lack of clear acknowledgement of specific actions or behaviors that were harmful might lead some people in John's shoes to question, naturally, of course, the depth of her understanding and the depth and genuineness of her remorse. Proceeding. Thirdly, regarding focus on moving forward, it goes on to say here that while the desire to move forward is positive, without a thorough acknowledgement of past wrongs, some might view the apology as an attempt to bypass the genuine reconciliation. Take notes, learn the lessons of how life actually works. Very important. Fourthly, regarding the implied urgency and pressure exerted by her here. And for what? Because she wants to, right? No. That's not how remorse works. As it goes on to say here, the sense of urgency in her message and the implication that not accepting the apology could end their relationship, which is absolutely mind-blowing thing to say when you're the one apologizing. But that in itself would naturally put the bad taste in the mouth of the true victim of the situation, that they would not want to then accept that apology, because that's horse shit. Continuing, as I was saying here, the sense of urgency in her message and the implication that not accepting the apology could end the relationship. Well, naturally, ChatGPT agrees, where it says here that this might be seen, as it goes on to say, as pressuring John into reconciliation, which could be, of course, perceived negatively. No surprise. Continuing. Fifthly, regarding the emphasis on John's need for help, framing the situation around John's need for help, especially in terms of mental health, without acknowledging her role in the conflict, about how it precipitated the manifestations of whatever it is that has happened, that you're calling one thing or another thing. Well, as it goes on to say here, that is what might be seen by any reasonable person, in fact, as deflecting blame. You're guilty. Continuing. Sixthly, regarding the cultural and individual differences, people's backgrounds and personal experiences, as it says here, significantly influence their perception of apologies. Yeah? Bet your mine isn't so off the mark of what reasonable people around me and us in this society would feel. As it goes on to say here, what seems sufficient and genuine to one person might not be to another. Now, in live time, as a side note, if I focused on this specifically and decided to hone in on this, actually, most people, by their sensibility, understand when they're on the receiving end of bullshit. They know what the fuck it takes that it would be to make up with them properly. We continue. It goes on to say that in summary, while some individuals might view Barbara's apology as a step towards reconciliation, while others might find it lacking completely in terms of directness, in terms of specificity, and in terms of the genuineness of any expression of actual true remorse. The conditional language and the focus on moving forward without adequately addressing the past actions could lead many would question its authenticity. Thank you, smart ChatGPT, stupid humans. What's wrong with them? I'll never figure out why everyone around me is so defective. You act sick, but then you think you're normal while you call me sick. No, my shit's normal compared to you. Get it? Figure it out. User states, what else is wrong with it? Easy, just simple questions like I said before. It proceeds. ChatGPT responds here and states that, aside from the previously mentioned aspects, there are other elements in Barbara's email that might be problematic or that would affect its effectiveness. Firstly, regarding the assumption by her of what John's needs are, Barbara makes assumptions about John's mental health and his need for therapy. This might come across as overbearing or intrusive, or condescending and patronizing too, as a side note, where it goes on here to say that especially this is so if these assumptions do not align with John's own understanding of his own needs, or if they do not align with what the situation actually is, as it proceeds now. Secondly, it goes on to state regarding a lack of personal reflection by her. The email shows little evidence of Barbara reflecting on her behavior or considering how her actions might have contributed to the conflict. That much should be clear to anyone looking at this. It goes on to say here that an effective apology often includes self-awareness, of course, an acknowledgement of one's role in the problem. We see no such thing here. Insufficient. We proceed thirdly regarding the unilateral decision-making by her, which is nuts. No jurisdiction to do such a thing, but narcissists are the ones who function that way. Only narcissists. Normal people will never do that. It's impossible. It's actually impossible for normal people, neurotypical people, to do this. The kinds of things she does. They cannot. They would feel ashamed to do it, and that shame, rooted from having a conscience and an understanding that's correctly calibrated of what right and wrong is, what's appropriate and what's not appropriate, that is what would hold every normal person back across the board, because it's not reasonable behavior. Proceeding. Thirdly, regarding the unilateral decision-making, as I was saying, Barbara's plans, as it states here, regarding therapy and meeting for Christmas, well, as it goes on to say furthermore here, these seem to be made unilaterally. But effective reconciliation, as it says here, often involves mutual discussion and agreement rather than one-sided decision-making. Only thing I've ever seen from the narcissist Barbara Winslow, the apparent narcissist. Continuing. Fourthly, regarding the potential undermining of John's autonomy. Offering to clean John's apartment or manage his therapy can be perceived as undermining a man's autonomy. Of course. That's why you never do it when you're a woman, especially. Double so if you're a woman, you don't do it. But men know instinctively not to do it. You get it? Because we understand the offense that it is to do that to someone. Women don't. It's some kind of psychotic thing, rooted in the defect of the gender, sadly to say, as it exists within the human condition. It's unique to our condition, I think. There isn't a problem with the genders in the animals. They're balanced fine. We continue. As it was saying here, these things, as it says here, can be perceived as undermining his autonomy and independence. Goes on to say here, especially if these offers are unsolicited. Unsolicited. Didn't she receive clear instruction furthermore, in addition to everything else we've already covered? Regarding what? Prior it was stated, do not even offer things at any point unless you are first solicited about it. Remember that? And it was exerted and stated upon her multiple times by both me and Anthony. Why? She must not even understand. She thinks, oh, they're saying some nonsense. Who knows why they would say that? Doesn't make sense to me. So if I offer this, nice. So then I will offer it again. No. Even the ChatGPT understands here. It says, what? Offering things can be seen as undermining styles of offense, especially where these offers are unsolicited, because in context that's offensive. Grow the brain fully form it, not the half formed that we've seen, and the development of that brain was just stunted somehow, at least figuratively speaking. At the level of effect, that's what seems to be the case. And you know a tree by its fruit. At the receiving end of result and manifestation, you see all the terrible garbage results. So you can only guess about the quality of the thing that issues it. And as it proceeds to state that is offensive, especially if these offers are unsolicited or if John values his self-sufficiency. It's a good mix of the two. Figure it out. Proceeding. Fifthly, regarding the perceived manipulation or the rather emotional coercion happening here. You shouldn't be emotionally coercing people you're trying to make up with. Common sense. It's not common anymore, as my father used to say, sadly. Phrases, as it continues to state here, that imply the end of their relationship if the apology is not accepted, or if the progress is not made, well, that could be seen as a form of emotional coercion or manipulation rather than as a genuine desire for reconciliation. It smells funny, so no one would eat it. You know when you smell rotting food, but you could smell with your nose, you could smell, even if it's 2 hours too far into the bacterial fermentation, your nose will pick it up. It no longer, the whole food is bad. You won't touch a piece of it. That's the same thing with people and this shit, the treatment. I smell it. You smell it. You know what is bad by the rotten smell. Everything that issues from my mother has already the rotten smell in that metaphysical and figurative sense. I know, so that's why instinctively you don't touch any of it. You don't want to because it's all too rotten now. There's no purification that's happening. That's why I said in earlier videos, you have to be reborn again. Although that particular one might not have been uploaded yet. I can't even recall. I have 2 or 3 videos that are pending, still in review, and I'm making them, but it takes a lot of effort. And guess what? I have neurological problems. I can't do as much as I want to because no one's helping me. But if you're the wrongdoer who's unrepentant, your help can't be accepted. But I still will be living without enough help. And you're blocked from giving it. So now you are responsible karmically, nevertheless, for my prolonged problem and suffering, even if you try to offer help. Because if your offer is insufficient, you're still liable for how you yourself made it that your offers can't be acceptable. See, now you understand morality, and God's advanced plan and design is morality on earth. What's wrong with the rest of you humans? You need to catch up and understand God's mind. Hurry up. Continuing. Proceeding now. Sixthly, regarding the failure to address the core issues by her. The email does not address the core issues that led to the estrangement, such as specific incidents or ongoing patterns of behavior that John found problematic. As a side note, it's crossing my mind, you have to realize what's called the context window of this GPT or AI is not perfect. It's not big enough. They recently expanded it, but it's still not big enough. This thing, especially with the amount of volume of conversation I had it review everything as you saw earlier in the conversation. But it can't track all words at once. So it will lose aspects of what it already came across. This is very important to understand. We're going to find that slowly this thing kind of loses context a little bit. And then at the end, I've saved this special part for the end. When I upload something at the end, there's some glitches with this AI still. So there's like a refused message, a network error. But I got it to punch it out. I recorded it separately. I'm going to put it at the end. And this was after I had this ChatGPT review, everything discussed. And then at the end, then I refed an old document once again. And then you could see the GPT really understood the context. It was beautiful. But the message didn't go through. But it was like a error message. But it stayed in the box. I had to record it. But I couldn't proceed the conversation without deleting it. So strange stuff. It was so good. It was like, oh, now I get it. Yeah, this barber really actually messed up. Now that I look again at what was before and then look at this actions of hers now still. More context. You have to keep catching it up, reinforming it. So, something to consider. We'll see that soon. Proceeding here. The email does not address the core issues that led to the estrangement. Of course, such as specific incidents, or doesn't address ongoing patterns of behavior either that John found problematic. That Anthony also found problematic. He's the witness. He confirms it's not nothing. When a witness confirms that's not nothing, that's a genuine problem. Therefore, you owe. And it was determined. She still doesn't pay. Only fake payment with fermented offerings. It smells bad to the nose. Every living thing will turn its nose away from this crap. Continuing. Change your soul. Fix it. Next, continuing on. Seventhly, regarding the overemphasis on future plans. While discussing future plans can be positive, focusing too much on future actions without adequately addressing past issues can be perceived as avoiding responsibility or rushing the healing process. Continuing eighthly, regarding the vagueness and the lack of clarity here. The email is also somewhat vague in terms of what Barbara is apologizing for. Good, I'm glad the GPT noticed. What about you? The audience notices. What about the apologizers? The only one who doesn't see the defects in her own conduct. But that's how it tends to be with people. Sadly. We continue. It is vague, as it was saying here, in terms of what Barbara is apologizing for in that email of hers, and it proceeds to state it's also vague on how she envisions the process of reconciliation. There was none. She just demands the fruits of reconciliation without putting in
talking about, even touching for a moment, what the process, what the actual reconciliation, the reconciliatory substance is, because there is none, because she's defective. She doesn't think she's wrong. You get it? So, the hell, why is that? Keeps happening all the time. All right. As it goes on to say here, clarity and specificity are important in effective apologies so that they actually are, even have a chance of being effective. Continuing, ninthly, regarding a potential lack of equality in the relationship. Get it? That's also the most unnerving, strange thing. As it goes on to say here, the tone and content of the email might suggest that Barbara just sees herself in a position of authority or control over John, rather than as an equal partner in the reconciliation process. Alarming, alarming. Again, distinctly narcissistic behavior, and ChatGPT AI is accurately judging the tree by its fruit here. It just looks at the content and says, yep, that does look strange. That does look like she sees herself in this way rather than in that way. You can see it in the fruits. The taste of the fruit is precisely telling you what type of fruit tree that is. You see it. We continue. It goes on to say here, in summary, the effectiveness of Barbara's email is diminished. It's diminished, sorry, but its lack of specific acknowledgement of wrongdoing. You saw the whole conversation. I didn't guide the GPT with pre-prompted bias. Look, it just looked and assessed. Technology today. All will bow soon. Continuing. The effectiveness of her email, as I was saying, is in fact diminished by its lack of specific acknowledgement of wrongdoing. It's diminished by her assumption of control over John's life decisions. It's diminished by the lack of the mutual decision making and the respect that would if there was there, it would show something different than that. And furthermore, it's diminished, as it goes on to say here, by the failure to address the core issues of their conflict or continues on to state, in a clear and direct manner. Now, user proceeds and responds and asks, is this the kind of response that empathic people would make as a class that is highly consistent with what we see issuing from Barbara here? And is the kind of response that people with narcissistic or cluster B personality traits would make as a class highly consistent with what we see issuing from Barbara here? And we proceed. ChatGPT here responds and states that to assess whether Barbara's response is consistent with that of empathic individuals or those with narcissistic or cluster B personality traits, it's important to understand the typical characteristics of these different profiles. We proceed. Firstly, regarding the response that's typical of empathic people, empathic individuals generally exhibit a strong understanding of others' feelings and perspectives. Their apologies, as it goes on to say, tend to be sincere. They tend to be specific, and they tend to acknowledge the impact of their actions on others. Proceeds furthermore to state that such empathic people often demonstrate also genuine remorse and a willingness to listen and adapt their behavior accordingly. And furthermore, as it goes on to say here, they're usually keen, too, on mutual understanding and resolution, rather than imposing their own views or solutions. That's worth 0. But anyone would know if your brain's working correctly and you have full color vision, not color blindness, but the personality or neurological version of that for emotionality. Sad. Yeah. Continuing, regarding the assessment, Barbara's response lacks several key elements of empathy. Even this realizes, of course, as it goes on to say, it does not fully acknowledge John's perspective or feelings. It lacks specificity in the apology and seems to impose her own solutions like therapy rather than seeking mutual understanding. Proceeding, secondly, regarding the response that's typical of people with narcissistic or cluster B traits, goes on to say that narcissistic individuals often exhibit a lack of genuine empathy and have difficulty recognizing and valuing others' feelings and needs. Wow! So the advanced AI computer system is correctly assessing that the behavior is consistent with narcissistic mode of operation, not with normal mode of operation. Wake up, good morning. Continuing, furthermore states that they may offer apologies that are conditional, exactly, vague, and or aimed at maintaining their self-image or control over situations, all for check. You're in trouble. Continue. As it was saying here,
Their actions may center around their own needs and perspectives, often disregarding or minimizing others' experiences. They might manipulate situations to their advantage, or use emotional coercion to maintain relationships, or at least try to. Proceeding regarding the assessment of this, some aspects of Barbara's response could be seen as aligning with narcissistic or cluster B traits. Even the robot sees this. The apology is somewhat conditional and centers around her perspective and her own ideas of what the solution should be. The emphasis on John's need for help and her role in it, along with the lack of any specific acknowledgement of how her actions affected John, well, as it goes on to say here, could be perceived as self-centered or manipulative. In conclusion, Barbara's response does not align closely with what would be expected from an empathic individual. It shows some characteristics, in fact, that might be, as it goes on to say here, associated with narcissistic or cluster B traits, such as a focus on her own perspectives and needs, a lack of genuine empathy, and a tendency to control or direct the situation. However, it's important to note that a definitive assessment of someone's personality or motivations based solely on an email is not possible. These observations are generalizations based on, as it goes on to say here, the content and the tone of the email on the face of the situation. User proceeds to respond by stating or asking, has Barbara met her moral obligations here? Would the majority of principled people likely accept what she has written? ChatGPT responds and states that, based on the analysis of the email and considering the context of Barbara's relationship with John as discussed earlier, it appears likely that Barbara may not have fully met her moral obligations in her approach to reconciliation with John. It continues on to say, let's break this down. Proceeding. Firstly, regarding the acknowledgement of wrongdoing, a key moral obligation in situations of conflict and reconciliation is the acknowledgement of one's own wrongdoing. Barbara's apology is somewhat conditional and lacks specificity about what she did wrong, which, as it goes on to say, might not satisfy this important moral obligation. Correctly and do what you're supposed to do. Proceeding, secondly, regarding the understanding and empathy. Another moral obligation in such situations is to show genuine understanding and empathy towards the other person's feelings and experiences. Barbara's email seems more focused on her perspective and solutions, without, as it goes on to say, deeply acknowledging John's experiences or feelings. Thirdly, regarding the respect for autonomy, respecting the autonomy and decisions of the other person is what's crucial. Barbara's suggestions, particularly regarding therapy and her involvement in it, might be seen as overstepping and not fully respecting John's independence and choices. That's what I've been saying. Proceeding. Fourthly, regarding the sincere effort to amend, making a sincere effort to repair the relationship and amend past actions is important. While Barbara expresses a desire to reconcile, the approach in her email might not be perceived as a fully sincere effort, especially if it is seen as avoiding the deeper issues. In fact, that's how it appears indeed. Proceeding, regarding whether the majority of principled people, as it goes on to say here, would accept what she has written, is a subjective matter, and can vary greatly based on individual values, experiences, and the context of their own relationships. However, as it proceeds on to state here, given the lack of full acknowledgement of wrongdoing, given the conditional nature of the apology, and given the focus on her own perspectives and solutions, many principled individuals might find the apology lacking in at least some key aspects of genuine remorse and genuine taking of responsibility. Remember, the thing that many women who are not born again are allergic to. Remember that. We continue. Furthermore, it goes on to state here that they might perceive it, such people who are considering whether or not to accept the apology, such people they might perceive the situation, or the apology rather, as insufficient. Insufficient. That's exactly what I was saying earlier. Look at that. Magic. How'd that happen? Insufficient for true reconciliation. It says that many people would. Think about that. It continues on to say furthermore, where such people would be naturally expecting a more direct and unconditional acknowledgement of the harm done, and a much clearer demonstration of empathy and understanding. I see no such thing present in the mother's email. We proceed. User states or asks, what other additional insights do you have? Review everything that's pertinent. And here's where things get interesting. ChatGPT gets smarter and smarter each time it's redirected to re-review something after it's already... You know when you watch a certain type of movie and you don't understand what's going on, but then once you've watched it through once, so that you get to the end, so that you understand everything in hindsight and in context, then when you sit down to watch it a second time, you kind of catch more things. ChatGPT AI is the same way. So it really is interesting, because if you have the AI review something once, it will give you like a summary answer. But then, because it attains some awareness, literally like a human being, if you then direct it, it doesn't do this automatically, but I figured out how to make it more insightful. If you have it go back to review it again, it will then catch new things on the second run through that give it an ability to form more insights that it didn't get the first one. And then when it stacks, builds it up like pyramids, and then it goes again, and then it finds even more. So let's watch this, because we get to see this aspect play out here. It's very interesting. We proceed. ChatGPT responds and states here that reviewing the entirety of the situation, including the past conversations, the dynamics between Barbara, John, and Anthony, and the content of Barbara's email to John, here are some additional insights. Firstly, regarding the complex relationship dynamics, the relationship between Barbara and John is complex and fraught with deep-seated issues. Barbara's actions, as described in past conversations, and Anthony's responses suggest a pattern of behavior that is significantly, as it goes on to say, strained, in fact, their relationship. Secondly, regarding Barbara's understanding of the situation, Barbara's perspective, as revealed in her communications, well, her perspective seems to differ markedly from John's and Anthony's perspective. She appears to see her actions as justified or necessary, without, as it goes on to say here, fully acknowledging how they might have been harmful, her actions, that is, or how her actions may have contributed to the conflict. Proceeding onwards, thirdly, regarding communication challenges, it states that there is a clear challenge in communication and understanding between Barbara and John. Barbara's attempts at reconciliation, including her latest email, don't seem to effectively bridge this gap. It proceeds onwards to state here that the lack of specific acknowledgement of her actions, the conditional nature of her apology, and the focus on her solutions, such as therapy, may not resonate well with anyone in John's position. Get it? Because it's immoral. That's why. Because it causes indignation. That's why. Learn how to genuinely respect people. Fourthly, regarding the role of empathy. Respect has something to do with treating a man like he's a king. Remember that? So if you're not doing that, it's insufficient. So you're low. You're not good enough. You're disqualified. Get it? Fourthly, regarding the role of empathy. A key missing element in Barbara's approach is deep empathy for John's feelings and experiences. It proceeds onwards to state furthermore here that her email and previous actions suggest a focus on her perspective with less consideration for John's autonomy, feelings, or his viewpoint. Not good. Fifthly, regarding the reconciliation efforts, while Barbara expresses a desire to reconcile, her methods and approach may not align with what is typically effective in healing strained relationships. True reconciliation often requires mutual understanding, respect, and furthermore, as it goes on to say here, it also requires a willingness to listen and a willingness to adapt. Sixthly, regarding a potential here for manipulation or control that we may see, some aspects of Barbara's behaviors interpreted from the email and past conversations hint at a desire to control the situation or impose her view of what is best for John. This is what could hinder the genuine reconciliation. So, within context, let's correctly understand. It's not John who is hindering the reconciliation by denying apology for this, denying acceptance of an apology in this case. No. It's Barbara's behavioral aspects that are hindering the genuine reconciliation. Good thing that this ChatGPT correctly realizes this. We proceed. Seventh, regarding the impact of external perspectives, Anthony's involvement as a mediator adds another layer to the situation. His perspectives and feedback to Barbara indicate that he even sees significant issues in her approach. However, Barbara's recent suggestion to involve another third party suggests resistance to Anthony's conclusions. Stupid women never get it. They don't. You show them 2 + 2 = 4, and they still want to look at it, and they don't understand still. Even when you just show them the answer, it's on paper in front of their face. We proceed. 8. Regarding the moral obligations and responsibilities. Barbara's moral obligations in this situation involve acknowledging her role in the conflict, showing genuine empathy and understanding towards John. Also, they involve respecting his autonomy, and also involve making a sincere effort by her to repair the relationship. A sincere one, not this funny stuff. Based on the analysis, it continues to state, it appears then that these obligations have not been fully met. Moving onwards. 9thly, regarding the cultural and individual variability, it's important to note that perceptions of apologies, reconciliation efforts, and family dynamics can vary widely based on cultural backgrounds and individual experiences. What may be acceptable or effective in one context might not be in another. We proceed. Funny note, in fact, before we proceed here. Actually, I think it's a Polish thing. There's such a strange mineral depletion of selenium in their soil and other cultural aspects mixed in, intertwined too, that it's like the whole country, in my opinion, lacks EQ. There's something wrong with the serotonin development, and it's all there's some kind of massive misalignment. So it became a cultural issue. So over there, what's nonsense to the rest of the world is just sense over there, because they follow a different code it's only them, though. That's as close as I could get to really getting at the issue, but it doesn't really matter anyway. It's insane. We proceed here. It goes on to state that, in conclusion, the situation between Barbara and John is intricate and requires careful consideration of both parties' feelings, experiences, and perspectives. Effective reconciliation in such cases often involves more than just expressing a desire to move forward. It requires genuine understanding, empathy, acknowledgement of wrongdoing, and respect for each other's autonomy and viewpoints. User responds and states or asks, what further insights still do you attain upon further review? ChatGPT responds to this and states that upon further review and deeper reflection, additional insights emerge, even emphasizing the nuanced and multifaceted nature of the situation between Barbara and John. It continues on to state that, firstly, regarding the patterns of behavior, the issues between Barbara and John seem to be part of a long-standing pattern rather than isolated incidents. This pattern involves communication breakdowns, misunderstanding of boundaries, misunderstanding or disregard, see? And, as it continues to say, possibly differing perceptions of past events. That's not good at all. Secondly, regarding whose perception is incorrect. That's the real thing to understand. We proceed. Secondly, regarding Barbara's perspective and approach. Barbara's approach indicates a possible lack of insight into how her actions and communication style are perceived by John. Her attempts at reconciliation, while possibly only well-intentioned, is perhaps still possible. It doesn't matter. Nevertheless, it goes on to say, these efforts seem to miss the mark in terms of addressing the core issues from John's perspective. We continue. Thirdly, regarding the role of accountability. True accountability appears to be missing in Barbara's approach. While she offers an apology, it lacks the depth and specificity to demonstrate a full understanding and ownership of her own actions and their impact on John. Continuing. Fourthly, regarding the influence of external opinions, the involvement of Anthony and the potential influence of others in their social or family circle could be shaping the dynamics of the situation. Very smart, ChatGPT. In fact, I guarantee you it's the influence of others within her own life that are even actively or even just passively, doesn't matter, active or passive, it's still in some effect shaping the dynamics of the situation. But it's not just the influence of others, it's the influence of others because Barbara's still responsible for allowing that influence. So, you're still liable, you're still guilty for it. You're all collectively guilty. The presence of a mediator, as it goes on to say here regarding Anthony type, is beneficial. It does also add complexity, as it says here, especially if the mediator's insights are not fully acknowledged and they're not fully accepted. That's what makes it more complex than it needs to be, see? Proceeding. Fifthly, regarding the emotional impact on John, the emotional toll of this prolonged conflict on John is an important consideration here. His responses, as well as his decision to use ChatGPT for analysis and to create videos too, suggest the need of his to be heard and to be understood. And that need, sadly, as it goes on to say here, might not be fully met here by Barbara's approach. Uh-oh. Wow, this thing is so brilliant and insightful. It's correct. The AI robot is correct. Sixthly, regarding the cultural and familial expectations, there may be cultural or familial expectations influencing their interactions. Norms around family relationships, respect, and autonomy can significantly impact how reconciliation efforts are perceived and conducted. But there's going to be one world standard soon, I promise you. Seventhly, regarding Barbara's self-perception. Either soon or not too long from now, for sure. As it goes on to say, Barbara's self-perception and her perception of her role as a mother might be influencing her approach. Exactly, that's what I told you earlier in different videos, I believe. She believes she has mommy immunity. So it's like this, I'm the mother. So it's this like psychopathic, cluster B-like, narcissistic-like mode of like, well, like, I'm the superior one, so I don't bow down to take accountability and responsibility. If other people mess up, I have to punish them. But if I mess up, well, I can't mess up, so I could do whatever I want, and it's still not messing up. It's the same thing like seeing black people who say they can't be racist because only white people can be racist. So black people in substance will often do things that if the same substance are coming back the other way from whites, that would be called racism. But no, it's not racism. So therefore, go ahead, do as much of it as you want. See the double standard? It's interesting. Now that's between race relations. But if you're employing the same kind of tricky, funny logic for intrafamilial between a mother and a son and a mother, that doesn't make any sense for you. It's not correct. We proceed. It goes on to say here that she may believe that her actions are in John's best interest, but the belief itself doesn't make it correct. She just believes. But who would believe a woman? Get it? As it goes on to say, reflecting a parental desire to protect and guide, not when you're blind you won't, and I'm not a child, so you don't protect and guide another adult. As a woman. Then none of this makes sense. It's going against God. Figure it out. Continues to say that despite this apparent parental desire, perhaps as it poses as a possibility to protect and guide, this nevertheless might conflict with John's need for autonomy and the need for what? Respect as an adult. You just need to get it. Continuing. Eighthly, regarding a need for a tailored approach, a more tailored approach that acknowledges the specific history, dynamics, and needs of both Barbara and John might be necessary for effective reconciliation. Generic approaches, like the one we saw here from her in this email, well, they may not, as it goes on to say, they may not address the unique aspects of the relationship or the problems that happen within this relationship. Really, it should say. Continuing. Ninthly, regarding the potential for external support, the situation might benefit from professional support, maybe, such as family therapy, where neutral and skilled therapists can facilitate understanding and communication between Barbara and John. However, both parties would need to be open to this. So if one of them isn't, then you don't do it. Get it? It's called autonomy, respect. It's things you never learn in Poland, huh? And just teach them in Poland. Oh, he's bad? Okay, now I'm gonna get my boyfriend. Now he'll come down. Now he'll yell at him. That was good, right? I did a good job today as a mother. I was supposed to do that, right? No, stupid. You are the fucking children, it looks like. Fucking idiots. Only ruining everything around you without realizing that what you're doing is ruining. Running up to a wall with a hammer. Swinging at it. I'm fixing the wall. And then you put a big hole in it. It's nice now, right? No, you just damaged the wall. Oh, but I thought I was helping. And then it's just that 50 times over every day for your whole life. Stop believing in yourselves. You're retarded. Tenthly, we proceed. Regarding the importance of mutual respect and understanding. Ultimately, for reconciliation to be successful, there needs to be mutual respect, understanding, and a willingness to see and address each other's perspectives and feelings. This requires more than an apology. It requires ongoing, open, and empathetic communication, of course. In summary, the situation is characterized by complex dynamics, including long-standing patterns of behavior, communication challenges, and a need for greater empathy and understanding. Effective resolution would likely require a nuanced approach that, as it goes on to say, addresses these multifaceted aspects and also involves both parties' active participation and willingness to understand and to adapt. User simply replies asking, "What else?" ChatGPT replies and states that reflecting further on the situation between Barbara and John, additional layers and subtleties become apparent even more so. Proceeding. Firstly, regarding the impact of past events, the history between Barbara and John, including specific events like the emergency call and hospitalization, has deeply influenced their current dynamics. Understanding how these events are perceived and emotionally processed by each party is crucial for reconciliation. Secondly, regarding the perception of control and independence, John's actions, such as making videos and seeking analysis through ChatGPT, suggest a desire to assert his independence and control over his narrative. Barbara's actions might be perceived as infringing on that independence of his. Exactly. Particularly if she is seen as dictating or attempting to dictate the terms of their reconciliation or to dictate his healthcare decisions. Thirdly, regarding the interplay of empathy and projection. Barbara's attempts to help John right? While possibly rooted in care, well, they might lack empathy in the sense of actually having her truly understand and respect his perspective and needs. There might be an element of projection, in other words, where Barbara is just assuming what John needs or wants based on her perspective, not his. Typical narcissistic defect. All neurotypical and empathic people they understand other people's things, not cluster B style personality disorders. That's the definitive problem, sadly. Fourthly, regarding the navigating of autonomy and familial bonds. The tension between autonomy and familial bonds is evident. See, John as an adult seeks autonomy and respect. Barbara as a parent might struggle with transitioning from a caretaker role, which was from 20 years ago and beyond. That's why I keep saying 20 years has been a problem. To one that recognizes and respects his independence, but not coldly, but in a way where you're still supposed to be, as it goes, as I will add here, you're still supposed to be a loving parent, supposed to still be involved. So there's two problems. They're simultaneous, but it's funny. It's almost ironic. She's over engaged in ways where it's inappropriate for her to be engaged in that domain. But the other half of it is that she's completely under-engaged in the place where there's supposed to be full engagement. See, it's like a miscalibration completely. Sadly. Yep. What you reap is what you sow. Here you are. You got exactly what you ordered. You just didn't realize you were ordering it. But now you understand how life works. Fifthly, regarding communication styles and misunderstandings. The communication styles of both Barbara and John could be contributing to misunderstandings. Effective communication in strained relationships often requires active listening, open-ended questions, and willingness to understand rather than persuade or correct. Continuing. Sixthly, regarding the role of apologies in reconciliation. Barbara's apology, while a step towards reconciliation, superficially at least, might not align, as it goes on to say, with what John needs to heal and move forward. Apologies in complex relationships often need to be a part of a broader strategy. And it can't even really be a strategy. You don't plan stuff like that. It has to be a genuine showing of what's in your heart. And we can see what's correct. You know what the correct answer is? When is it right? We know it when we see it. That is very true for this stuff. Proceeds to say that such apologies often need to be a part of a broader strategy that includes open dialogue, mutual understanding, and tangible actions that address past harms. Seventhly, as it goes on to say here regarding long-term relationship patterns, the issues might be rooted in long-term relationship patterns that extend beyond the recent events. These patterns could include communication habits, emotional responses, and expectations from each other. That's right. But where I say my expectations of what my mother's actions and behavior should be are reasonable, her expectations of what to expect from her son are unreasonable. Don't bring Polish people to the rest of the world. Keep them there and then put a fence around the place. That seems to be the only solution. Keep the sickness contained. Eighthly, regarding the potential misalignment of goals, Barbara and John might have different goals for their relationship moving forward. That's for sure. Aligning these goals through honest conversations is what's important for true reconciliation. So no wonder we are having a constant mismatch. She cares about her own ideas, but your ideas don't work in situations that affect other people besides you. The ultimate lesson for the narcissist that they will almost never learn, sadly. Ninthly, regarding the external influences, other family members, friends, or social expectations could be influencing both Barbara's and John's perspectives and actions. Understanding the influences can provide a more holistic view of the situation. Continuing, 10thly, regarding the importance of self-reflection, both Barbara and John might benefit from self-reflection to understand their own roles in the relationship dynamics. Personal growth and change can often be a critical component of mending and strengthening relationships. In other words, if you haven't grown and you haven't changed, you won't be capable of even doing the thing that's required. We continue. In essence, the relationship between Barbara and John is marked by a complex interplay of past events, individual perceptions, communication challenges, and the need for mutual understanding and respect. Navigating this terrain requires patience, empathy, and a willingness to engage in an honest and open dialogue that respects both parties' perspectives and needs. Very good. User asks once more what other insights occur to you, considering everything even further. ChatGPT responds and continues on. Continuing to delve deeper into the complexities of Barbara's and John's relationship, considering all the information and nuances, additional insights emerge. Firstly, regarding the role of trust and safety. Trust is a fundamental element in any relationship, and its erosion can be a core issue in conflict. That's exactly right. That's why you don't run and call the police and then start telling them and doctors, the hospitals, anything that would have me in a situation that I wouldn't appreciate, either at the time or at any time in the future, which reasonably wouldn't have been. Okay? Big mistake. Big mistake. Huge. These kinds of things are virtually unforgivable. Why? Because you eroded the trust. I'll add one more thing here that's very important to state. I actually have not stated this, what I'm about to say here. I have not fully said this. I actually forgot to say this at multiple places. I may have been meaning to mention this, but I failed to. I forgot. I'm glad I remembered now. Before October of 2022, back as far back as the spring and summertime of 2022, when my mom and I were still decently interacting, I was saying, look, I need to get an MRI done. I need to get all these scans done. And she would say, okay, but you know what? Maybe we could go to emergency room. And I explained to her, I said, no, that's not going to work. Number one, the resources are limited in the emergency room. They don't even have MRIs. And the CT-based approach is not going to be effective. And if it's something that requires, they tend to just, if you're talking and then a superficial glance doesn't show anything deep, they will say, well, you're talking and walking, maybe, and then they'll just give you an outpatient referral. Here's the other thing, though. On the face of the matter, the story, if you don't understand my situation closely, the story sounds like it's crazy. I appreciate and understand that sad fact very clearly. So I told my mom, I said, here's the problem. So this is my issue. So here's what I'm going to have you understand right now. You understand, we're trying to work on this. This is maybe a couple months or a few months before what happened in October. I said, regardless of anything, here's the number one understanding. This rule will not be broken. God forbid, hell on earth, if this rule is broken. You will listen exactly to what I am telling you about how this situation is going to be managed and handled. The number one thing that is forbidden, you will not do it, I said. I looked at her right in the eyes. I said, this will not be done. This is forbidden. Under no circumstances do you ever in this life, ever, during any conceivable circumstance at all,
ever open your mouth to say anything that's your own idea to any doctor of mine, particularly, or any doctor in a hospital setting, or even worst off in an emergency room type of setting. You don't do it. Why? Not only is she too stupid to effectuate anything correctly, but number two, she already was guilty of having done wrong statements to a hospital in 2017 were partially based on my mother's incorrect statements and misleading statements, not fully properly informed statements. They moved to keep me there for several days or more against my will. See that? So she's already in trouble. She's in the hot water. She's on probation. You're not allowed to talk to anyone again, ever. I'm telling you. And she said, you know what she said? Okay, I understand. Yeah, it took what, 2-3 months for that to be broken. After having screwed me the first time, and then she did it again, thinking you're not trustworthy. You fucked it up. The day you break it like this, your karmic hell is like forever. Hell is forever. Hell is eternal. And so is the punishment for this kind of shit if you're incapable of solving it, which you're not. There's no free escape. The only way your spirit learns, I'm loving my mother by teaching my mother how her soul needs to fry in hell now. That's good loving. You have to learn pain and suffering. It's very important for you because you can't be doing this again in this lifetime and in future reincarnations. This is the lesson that you needed to learn here. You fucked it up too much. You have to learn pain, figuratively speaking, suffering in essence. You have to learn these things. You're not allowed to, you tell me once, do you agree or you understand, and then you violate what the agreement or understanding was, you are the fucking for rotting corpses, dog shit, maggots. Puh. We proceed. Secondly, regarding the understanding of the emotional responses. The emotional responses of both parties to the conflict are crucial. Barbara's approach might not fully take into account John's emotional state and needs. Dignity is my need, you fucking idiots. Similarly, John's emotional responses as reflected in his actions and communications are key in order to understand what his perspective is. Thirdly, a good timing too. Good. Thirdly, differentiation between support and control. There's a fine line between offering support and exerting control. Barbara's offers of help, such as finding a therapist or cleaning John's apartment, might be intended as supportive gestures, but could be perceived as controlling instead, or paternalistic, or patronizing. Fourthly, regarding coping mechanisms, John's method of coping with the situation, including making videos and using ChatGPT, suggests a need for expression and validation. I'm seeing ChatGPT is actually repeating itself a little more often than is necessary. As a side note, I'll mention, I'm working on a custom, this is the standard model I've been using this whole time. I'm trying to there's a side way to make a slightly custom model where I'm trying to make it programmed to be a little more efficient with its words. It doesn't repeat itself all the time. It might be more helpful. We continue. Goes on to state that understanding these coping mechanisms of his can provide insights into his emotional needs and how he processes the conflict. Fifthly, imagine what's a selfish mother going to do? Cluster B narcissism. Oh, it's all about me. No, I was so, I was afraid. Garbage. You're worth nothing then. You don't get it. Broken. Too bad. Continuing, fifthly, regarding the generational and parent-child dynamics. The dynamics typical of parent-child relationships, especially as children become adults, can add complexity. There might be generational differences, in fact, in communication styles, expectations, and perceptions of autonomy and respect. A lot of confusion over the years and decades and millennia. It'll be solved soon. Sixthly, the role of empathy and apologies. Effective apologies often require not just words, but a demonstration of empathy. That's right. A genuine effort, this goes on to say, to understand and feel the other person's emotional experience. This aspect is what seems to be lacking in Barbara's approach. Seventhly, as it goes on to say here, reconciliation as a process, not as an event. That is so brilliant. That's absolutely correct, ChatGPT.
That's something my mom doesn't realize. I understand this intuitively, but my mom doesn't seem to do that. Or perhaps maybe halfway so, but not as fully as it should be understood. We continue. It goes on to say that reconciliation is often a process rather than a single event, and it involves ongoing efforts, conversations, and adjustments. Barbara's email, while it's a step, might not fully represent this process-oriented approach. Yeah. Eighthly, regarding the individual healing and personal responsibility, each party's individual healing journey and personal responsibility are important. John and Barbara both have roles to play in healing the relationship, which includes working on personal growth and understanding. Ninthly, as it goes on to say, external perception versus internal reality. How Barbara and John perceive each other and the situation might differ significantly from the internal reality and each experiences within themselves. This gap in perception is what can be a major barrier to understanding and to reconciliation. Tenthly, proceeds to state regarding a need for open and continuous dialogue that a single email or conversation is unlikely to resolve deep-rooted issues. So, break any expectation that then the one email that I would put, that's the one now I am fine. Not that means that John should accept it now. That's right. Oh, if he doesn't, oh, he's bad. I said that to make a reconciliation, and he didn't do it. Oh, bad son. Oh, I have to be bad, strict mother now. I have to teach him lessons. You see the sickness? You see how crazy that is? That's insane. That's literally insanity. I think my mother is crazier than my grandma ever was. That's starting to become apparent too, sadly. It proceeds to state here that continuous, open, and honest dialogue is what's essential, with both parties having the opportunity to express their feelings, perspectives, and needs. In summary, it continues on to state here that the relationship between Barbara and John is characterized by deep-rooted issues, differing perceptions, and emotional complexities. Addressing these effectively requires more than apologies or offers of help. It necessitates a deeper understanding of each other's perspectives. It necessitates an ongoing dialogue, and it also necessitates a commitment to the process of rebuilding trust and understanding. How are you going to rebuild? And that's the practical issue that she created for herself. No one else is responsible for that. If she did something that fundamentally causes people to lose deep level of trust in her over long term, she is the only person who has resulted in herself being cursed by her own actions. Her own fruit is cursed for herself. Your job is to rebuild the trust. I can't do it for you. You have to get me to trust you again. But you can't. It's going to be nearly impossible because of the natural circumstances of how you've been what you did. So the mother in this position just simply has screwed herself. She did. She cannot understand or process this, sadly, but it's the case. Simply look and see. Anyone with a brain understands. User replies and states or asks, what issues that Anthony has raised has Barbara failed to address or acknowledge? Is the failure to acknowledge these things concerning? Let's consider this. This is also interesting. ChatGPT responds to this and states that based on the conversations and the emails and the email exchanges provided, Barbara has not adequately addressed or acknowledged several key issues raised by Anthony. These omissions are indeed concerning as they highlight gaps in understanding and communication that, well, these things are crucial. You can't leave those gaps. So then why is she doing that? More defective operations. These things are crucial, as it goes on to say, for resolving the conflict. It proceeds furthermore to state here that the specific issues include, firstly, specific wrongdoings regarding those. Anthony pointed out instances where Barbara's actions were perceived as harmful by John. These included calling EMS, contributing to John's stay in a mental ward, and potentially misrepresenting events. It continues on to state furthermore that Barbara's responses and her email to John, that is, her responses to Anthony and then her follow-up email to John, they both lack a clear acknowledgement or discussion of these specific actions. So how could she think that she could earn or deserve or merit an apology when she doesn't even address the issues? There's craziness. Something's wrong with her mind in this regard. Secondly, regarding the boundary violations, Anthony highlighted instances where Barbara seemingly violated John's boundaries, especially concerning communication and autonomy. Barbara's email does not address at all these boundary issues that she has caused or created, nor does her email address her understanding, or what should be her understanding of, as it goes on to say, John's need for autonomy and respect. What happened? Thirdly, regarding the validity of John's feelings and perspectives, Anthony emphasized the importance of validating John's feelings and perspectives. Even my friend Anthony has. You see? Men understand what this is, but women sometimes have a harder time. I don't know. Maybe it's genetic, particularly regarding, or it's epigenetic for sure. And cultural and spiritual. It's all mixed anyway. Goes on to say, particularly this is so regarding the incidents that led to John's distress. Barbara's communication, however, primarily focuses on her perspective, without fully acknowledging or validating John's experiences. Proceeding. Fourthly, as it states here, regarding retaliatory or punitive actions, Anthony questioned whether some of Barbara's actions, such as calling EMS, were retaliatory or punitive. Barbara has not addressed these concerns in a way that acknowledges the potential impact on John. All of this is not good. Fifthly, regarding privacy and autonomy in healthcare decisions, Anthony raised concerns about Barbara's involvement in John's healthcare decisions, particularly regarding mental health. Barbara's latest email just simply continues to suggest some hands-on approach to John's healthcare, which might not respect his autonomy and privacy. I let my mother try to help under certain conditions. I said you could help for now, but God forbid if you ever violate any of these serious things, that you're done. She violated them. So what's the correct answer? By God's rule. That means you are done. You have a problem now. You have no ability to affect my life in the sick ways that she thinks she wants to, because she lost that privilege. You lose a trust, you pay. Paying is the key thing. Sixthly, regarding legal implications of actions, Anthony noted potential legal issues like entering John's apartment without consent. Barbara has not publicly addressed these allegations, which are serious and impact trust and also even legal boundaries. Really, you need to learn how to really respect people. How little respect do you need to have for someone to just walk into their apartment whenever you want? Sickness of your soul. Hurt yourselves. Proceeding. Seventhly, regarding understanding of mental health issues, Anthony questioned Barbara's assessment of John's mental health and her interpretation of his behavior. Barbara's email suggests she still holds certain views about John's mental health needs that might not align with his own perspective or might not align with the actual reality of his condition. Oh, even ChatGPT admits this by now, thankfully. Eighthly, regarding the lack of a genuine apology, Anthony indicated the need for a genuine apology that acknowledges specific wrongdoings. Okay. So when Barbara wrote to me, it says that Barbara's apology in her email is vague. It's also conditional, and it lacks the depth and specificity that demonstrates the true remorse that a man is looking for to see if it's there. What true remorse? She was writing just back to Anthony in the prior email. Oh, I don't really understand what I did wrong. With the moral dilemma. Should I have told the police officer of the disturbing things he said? Funny, and we Anthony and I both noticed when we were reviewing the email, said, yeah, funny, she'll just characterize it as disturbing. She doesn't say what it is. Because if she said what it is, then a man can simply go here and say, well, that's not disturbing, so why would you characterize it as such? Now, if you just say, disturbing things, that's trying to leave people with sensory emotional impressions falsely about things that were the underlying facts don't actually match. So you hide the fact, just convey the feeling that you want to inject. That's called manipulation, sickness of the soul. Get it? Sick. This woman's not sorry for anything. Anyone and everyone can tell. Live by the fucking terror of your crap. It is terrible. Proceeding, ninthly, regarding the overstepping in John's life decisions. Anthony pointed out Barbara's tendency to make decisions for John or heavily influence them. Her email continues this pattern instead of changing it. Hello, wake up. What's wrong with her? Particularly, as it goes on to say, in suggesting therapy and other interventions without clear consent or input from John. Narcissist cluster B types don't care about consent or input. They only matter. Don't you get it? That's part of the sickness. Continuing. The failure to acknowledge and address these issues is concerning, as it suggests a lack of understanding or willingness to understand John's perspective and the impact of her actions for reconciliation to be successful. It's crucial for all parties to openly acknowledge and discuss the specific issues that have contributed to the conflict. Without this, it proceeds to state, any attempt at reconciliation might be superficial and unlikely to lead to a genuine resolution. Furthermore, let's take a look at one additional, as I mentioned earlier, there's going to be an additional piece. Let's take a look at the additional piece. It wasn't officially uploaded. There's some error. There's some glitches with this thing still, but I wanted to include it because at this point I was able to get it to like temporarily review again the past conversations, and then it really has some insights. We'll take a look, but besides this, I think my point is clear. ChatGPT is clear. Let's turn to see what Anthony has to say or express on this matter.
ChatGPT states, after reviewing the entire conversation and considering the complexity of the relationship dynamics between John and Barbara, several key insights emerged regarding the kind of repentance and atonement Barbara would need to demonstrate for any apology to be likely acceptable. Firstly, regarding genuine acknowledgement of specific actions, Barbara needs to genuinely recognize and specifically acknowledge the actions and behaviors that have caused harm. This includes understanding the effects of her decisions, such as involving law enforcement unnecessarily, misrepresenting John's health conditions, and dismissing his concerns. Furthermore, secondly, regarding the deep understanding of the impact that should be had, Barbara should show an understanding of how her actions impacted John, not just on a surface level, but deeply. This involves recognizing the emotional, psychological, and possibly physical toll her actions have taken on him. Thirdly, regarding sincere remorse that should be had, her apology must stem from true remorse. It must stem from true remorse. Message from God to Barbara. Reflecting, as it goes on to state, a genuine regret for her actions and their consequences on John, not just a desire to reconcile or alleviate her own guilt. Fourthly, regarding the restitution and amends that should be here. Where possible, Barbara should take steps to make amends. This could involve retracting false statements, actively supporting John's health journey in a proper way, or other actions that directly address the harm that was actually caused. Furthermore, it goes on to state, fifthly, regarding the commitment to behavioral change, true repentance involves a commitment to change. Barbara needs to demonstrate consistently over time that she has changed the behaviors that led to the conflict. That's the key. This includes better communication, respecting John's boundaries, and seeking to understand his perspective. Sixthly, regarding openness to external guidance. Given the situation's complexity, Barbara might benefit from external guidance, such as counseling and therapy. Her own self, directly, her as the problem person in the equation, in order to, as it goes on to state, better understand her own actions and to learn healthier ways of interacting with her own children. Seventhly, regarding patience and consistency, rebuilding trust takes time. And isn't that the key concern, of course, as a side note? Resuming, it goes on to state that Barbara needs to show patience and consistency in her efforts. Understanding, furthermore, as it goes on to state here, that forgiveness and healing are processes that can't be rushed. Eighthly, regarding the respect that should be there for John's autonomy. It's crucial for Barbara to respect John's decisions and autonomy. This means acknowledging that reconciliation is contingent on John's willingness to engage and can't be forced. In summary, for Barbara's apology to be meaningful and effective, it needs to be comprehensive and sincere, addressing not just specific incidents, but underlying patterns of behavior. It should demonstrate a genuine commitment to change and a genuine commitment to, it should demonstrate a genuine respect for John's feelings and John's autonomy. That's the key thing here.